Hey, everybody. All right. It is, what is it? It is Friday, June 14th, 2024. And we are going through this. I don't even know if we want to call it a debunk or what, but the name of the show is Kyron Under Attack, Exposing the Enemy from Within. And I'm going to read what I wrote in our description box simply because I think that everybody should know why we're doing this live. We kind of spoke about it before, as we were not, we don't normally do these kinds of lives.
Right.
Just because we're not, we're not a drama channel, we're a missing child channel. First, I want to just say hi to everybody. Thanks, all of my mods. Made Connie a mod today, handed her over a wrench. Hello, AV
Welcome.
and Halo. Thank you guys for being here. I don't know if I see Heidi yet, but hi, The Walking Dead. It is so good to see everybody here. Let me just go up and see who else is here. Callie or Sally was here earlier. Randy's in the house.
Lots of familiar faces. Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah,
Nice
lots of
to see.
familiar faces.
Yep. Nice to see our people here. Some of you, if you joined us last week, I think it was last week. Man, these last few weeks have been really busy for us. But we kind of talked about this and went back and forth if it was even worth it. And yeah, so definitely love to have you guys back with us tonight. It's going to be an important one. And yeah.
Zane Lily is here. Lori Oliver, thank you so much for being here. So this is what the description was, and I just feel like it's very important to read why we're doing it. This individual has been spreading false information and misinformation about the Kyron Horman case, causing harm to the family and loved ones. They have been using their platform to manipulate public opinion, distort facts, and bully those who disagree with them. Their actions include doxing, harassment, and intimidation of those who seek to uncover the truth. Despite being confronted with evidence of their lies, they continue to spread their false narrative, showing a blatant disregard for the truth and the well being of those affected by the case. Kyron Horman's disappearance on June 4th, 2010 is a tragic and ongoing mystery, and it's important to rely on credible sources for information to avoid causing harm to those affected by the case. Spreading misinformation and engaging in bullying and doxing behaviors can be harmful and irresponsible. We're debunking misinformation, bringing an end to the rumors, and will continue to do so as long as it is needed to stop the spread of lies. Kyron deserves better.
Amen. That is exactly why we are here today, because Kyron deserves better. And the impact of spreading lies and misinformation is far reaching. And we have some examples of that and why it's so important to us, and why, like Samantha just said, we'll never stop. It's part of the fight for justice, making sure that the truth prevails and that people have a reliable place of, reliable source. Samantha and I, where we bring all of our receipts, they're always coming from legit sources. Yeah, so that's exactly why we're here. And if you're not part of our Kyron Horman Facebook group, be sure to join, because that's where we always post all of our sources and all of our basically everything that we talk about in these lives after the show.
Yeah, that is Kyron Horman case revisited discussions. We want to say we know that this admin creator, Lexi, she is going to take everything that we say, she's going to spin it, she's going to be happy that she's getting attention. She's going to try to deflect from all of the BS that we're about to expose. We completely expect it. We've been following this group because Kyron Horman's in it. So because we cover the Kyron Horman case, of course, we're going to follow where Kyron Horman is, since we do believe that she is the main person of interest. She's been called that. Well, not person of interest. She's been the main focus for 14 years. And it's been really important for us to follow where she is, read what she has to say. It helps us collect information and put it with other information, because Kyron Horman stopped talking for years and years and years. This is the first time in the public pretty much since 2010, when her regular Facebook back in 2010 was taken by the police. She continued to use her Facebook, but it wasn't, we weren't publicly seeing it. She just completely stopped posting, stopped cooperating with the police. So
Right.
we're going to be called that we're obsessed, which we expect. We're going to be called a lot of things. If they want to call us obsessed, they can say obsessed. If obsessing over a group that spreads misinformation, then we're obsessing, because we have spent a hell of a lot of time debunking rumors in this case that have been going around for 14 years. And we stopped.
Right.
We stopped paying attention to what they were even doing. But as it got longer, the more we did that, the bigger the lies, the more information. I mean, right down
more
to,
outrageous. Yeah. More bold and outrageous the lies got.
So
also, while you're talking about that, I completely agree with you. And as a next point, it's also important to point out that these are the people, and this is the group that Terry associates with, and also participates in this harmful spread of misinformation in Kyron's case, because she doesn't correct any of this. She likes comments, she engages with these people, she is friends with these people behind the scenes, and will show them even saying that with their own mouths. But I really, really want to also, before we get too far into this, while we're going through this live with our members here and our viewers, and we're showing this stuff and we're talking about this stuff, it's important to Samantha and I that we say right here that we are not doing this to spread any hate towards the people that we're talking about. We are merely trying to expose and raise awareness. This is purely informational, so people know you can't trust people that are not credible, and these are the people that are really not credible, and this is exactly why. So if we see any hate in our comments, you will be muted, and we don't want to have to do that. This is not for that purpose. So I really just want to make sure we all are on the same page. We are just talking about why this is harmful to Kyron's case, not the individual themselves who are doing this.
Thank you. Thank you so much for saying that, because that is spot on. We have been able to find out about this person. Lexi is her name. She's the main admin, but you're going to see a lot of different names. And that's because she has a lot of different profiles. A lot. She has a lot on Facebook. I mean, there's just so many, but we've been able to determine other fake profiles that she has that she's denied having because of autocorrect that's on her phone. It shows her wording in a particular way where you can tell it's obviously her. And to see her spreading lies and misinformation with those fake profiles, pretending that it's not her, is also...
It's pure deception.
Yes.
It's pure deception.
And you will see how deceptive it is through our life. We're hoping everybody's going to stick around, because sticking around, you're really going to get to know also the truth about Kyron's case, because the ripple effect from everything that they're spreading in Kyron's case is harming Kyron's case. It's harming the right information that is out there in every single way, shape, and form that you can possibly imagine. It is the worst thing I've actually ever seen when it came to a missing child. I've covered and been through, looking at a lot of missing children. There's a lot of misinformation being spread right now, even after 14 years. That's besides all of the misinformation that has already been spread by other Terry Horman supporters throughout the years that just kept going and going and going. But now they've taken that information and they're putting new twists and new spins and new stuff, trying to say that we verified this, we verified that, this is not true, and we've debunked this and we've debunked that. No, we're going to show you the manipulation. We're going to show you what's correct and what's not. So it's just really important for everybody to stay, to watch. And I'll just throw up a little video real quick. This is all of Lexi's profiles, Facebook groups, and YouTubes. She's got several YouTubes. She's got... Did you hear that well, Kaylia?
Yeah.
I don't know why videos on my end, when I play them from down here, I can't ever hear them.
I heard it. Those are just the ones we know of, by the way. Like she said, we have been able to prove that there are more. So these are just the ones that have her name on or picture on them.
Well, no, I threw in some of the fake ones that we know for sure.
You did.
But then she has all of her fake ones also on Reddit that aren't in here. There's 2 Facebook groups that aren't in here. Plus, she has other children Facebooks for other children and other cases that are not in here. She actually took one Facebook group away from another woman for another child. You can do that, I guess. And it had a platform of like over 3,000 people on it. And she wanted the platform because there was a lot of people in there. She called it her part 2 to the Facebook group that she runs now. But it's been a flop since she's opened it. Nobody's ever really over there. Yeah. Now, we've talked about she posts anonymous too. And this is her actually talking about posting anonymous. She says that she does it because other people need to be able to come in and post anonymous, but she's using that. How would you put that, Kaylee? She's abusing it?
Yeah, she is. Exactly. That's a perfect way to say it. She, because she has so many profiles, it's easy for her to post either anonymously and then interact with the post to make it look like it's someone else, or say, this member messaged me anonymously. But why would they do that when there's an anonymous option to post right there in the group and nobody would know except her anyway, Right.
So you're not only going to see a bunch of her fake profiles, you're also going to see a bunch of anonymous, and the ones that we've chose to show we know are her or someone in her clique of people. This is her talking about the anonymous posts.
A lot of anonymous posts that come to us, and sometimes we post them ourselves because they don't know how.
I mean, we could have spent weeks collecting the information that weeks, literally, collecting more information. I had to stop last night and go, you know what? Okay.
Enough is enough.
I can't keep going. I think I've proven my point. I'm done now.
Yeah, I think that too. I think that the viewers will definitely get the point here. We have, I mean, if you really, really want, we have some videos that do have screenshots, and I forgot to mention, you can replay those if you want to like go back a little bit and pause to read them yourselves, but we're not going to sit here and read every single one, but there's a lot.
You got to be nice, Kim. I love you, Kim. I don't want to have to put you in timeout because you're my girl and we're standing on their neck, but you got to be nice. Just saying, because once you start, everybody's going to start. But I love you. How does she find the time to make all of these fake accounts? She, I think, just lives on her phone, honestly.
Yeah, chronically online is the term.
Honestly, Sally Mae, we do not know her real name. We think we might know it. I don't know if, well, we know she's not in Portland, but we're not going to dox her and say like where she is. But she lies about where she is all the
Yes.
time. So,
Yep.
okay. So I'm going to introduce you guys to the admins and the group experts of the group, because I feel like it's very important. You're going to see these names throughout these posts throughout the night. So let's get to know the admins here. Do you have anything else to say before we move on, Kalia?
Nope, we're moving right along. I'm right there with you.
All right, here we go. So we have Justice for Our Kids. That is the admin, Lexi. Her partner, Garnet, who she goes live with. Selena Gons, that's also Lexi. Norman Nix 2 is a person, a creator from YouTube that she does YouTube lives with. The Kyron Horman investigative new blah, 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 and tips, that's their group. So that's also Lexi. Morbid Injustice is Lexi. And Doubt Justice is Lexi. So Lexi is the admin besides Garnet and Norman on her Facebook group.
Yep.
I found I couldn't stop laughing when I noticed that when I was showing you.
Yeah, what gets me is on their page. It's just chuckle worthy. I'm sorry. I don't know why they do it this way, if they want people to think they're all separate or what, but when they're like welcoming their members, they're like, oh, welcome Samantha to our group. Here's your admin team. And they name them all like they're all separate people. I just think that's interesting.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. So Lexi Gonzalez here, the admin, she used to be a Terry Heater. She used to be like us. Where is Kyron, Terry? Just tell the truth. We're getting closer and closer. You know it. We've known it. You think you're so bad, ASS. Do your effing time, you POS. Your mind will never. She misspells a lot of things and it goes on and on, but you guys get the point. Yeah, she didn't like Terry at once.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then actually it's funny because she said it took her one night of research to change her mind, but the thing is I don't think she's ever like put in, I mean, okay, I'm sorry, I can't say that. It doesn't appear that she does research on her own. She does a lot of copy and pasting of other people's thoughts and opinions and sticks with those, but doesn't formulate her own based on research.
Exactly. And the other thing, I was actually in the old discussion group where she was when she changed her mind, and it was because pretty much of the group of women you see here right here, Shelbs, which is also Sharif, you'll see two different names with her, Brooke and Lisa. James was also in that discussion group. That's how we all met. Me, Lexi, Shells, Brooke, Lisa, James. I met all of them. We all did case studies together. These are her group experts. The case study group that I was in with Lexi too, and several other women. But this is their group experts. The thing about her being in that discussion group too, it was because of meeting these women and seeing them pretty much turning the page of, Sharif also used to be a Terry hater too, but then Lisa and Brooke kind of got their nails into them and tried to get them to come over to the other side. So James Moulton here is Terry's son, and he joined in March 2020 or 22, and he was only there till May of 22. So he was there for 2 months. He hasn't posted since. This information, when you get onto a Facebook group, you can go look up names and you can see their last post or the last time that they've even been active. He was only there for 2 months, and He has been inactive since. In a message to me, he wrote that he is sick and tired of all of the drama. It was drama between everybody, and he didn't want nothing to do with it. But she goes around and talks and tells everybody, Terry and James are in my group.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's James. This is Barbara Hirth Panos. She is one of their group experts. She helps spread a lot of misinformation, especially conspiracy theories. She has not been active since October. Brooke Elizabeth, she joined in March of 2021. And can you see what's that highlight down at the bottom, the last time that she was active in the group?
April 29th, 2023.
So she was there pretty much a year and 1 month before she became completely inactive. And I really believe that Brooke, even though she has spread some misinformation, I believe, I think she left because of all of the misinformation, the extra disinformation, straight up lies that were being created. I don't think I personally knew her. So personally knew her on Facebook, I should say. She was in my group for a long time. We did do case studies together, and I believe that that's why she left the group and she hasn't physically left the group, but she's been inactive this whole time.
That's basically almost all of them. They all just stay, and they probably are doing the same thing as us, reading and reading and reading, but don't interact because the lies are so blatant. And honestly, I applaud the people that don't interact because of that. That is way better than pretending like the admin of the group is credible in any way,
And this is communication between the admin of the group, Lexi, and it says Red Bull Coffee and Crime. I'm not going to continue to do this, but I'm just pointing out anytime I say Lexi, if there's a different name there, it's still her. This is just one of her fake profiles. I just want to explain that. But this is a conversation that they are having. What are the other? This is a post by her. And I just want to go through this. What other lies are there? I'm so pissed. I mean, I knew DY, which is Desiree Young, lied and hides her past, but now it's actually coming out, and she most likely ruined Terry's life, all because she was heartbroken over an affair. Not going to finish reading it. Brooks corrects her and says, I don't think she was hiding her past. The divorce records don't indicate that. She says, no, that's just what I think. Why she stopped the lawsuit and knowing the book is a lie, what others out there, something is just telling me about the lawsuit. It was dropped and wrong for a reason. So Brooks is correcting her, and there's one thing you don't do with Lexi on her Facebook group is correct her in any way, shape, or form. Because if you do, boom, blocked.
That's how I got blocked.
Immediately. Yes. That's why she doesn't like me and why she kicked me off as admin in that group before I figured out, who everybody actually was. Then she says it was dropped because of the ongoing criminal investigation. She wouldn't get any further in her lawsuit without the investigation file. There again, correcting her. This is what Brooke would do. Correct her when she felt like something she posted. And this is why I believe Brooke left and has not been in the group since. So we can talk about this GoFundMe and money from donations. This is Lexi. I have recently read someone was so mad because they found out their donations were not being used for Kyron's church. I know DY does not work. I'm not assuming anything, but this person was so mad they had to make a post under the GoFundMe explaining. I'm wondering if anyone knows what this is all about. And once again, here's Lisa. This is the other admin correcting her. DY has a job, and you do have actual proof of misuse of funds. Or is this just a rumor? If it's a rumor, you should delete this. This is one of her group experts telling her you should delete this. And she's saying there are people questioning, and yes, it's proof, but anonymous, would like to know, so I post what I'm asked. So she's not caring that someone's pointing out that this is misinformation. And she said, do the people questioning have physical proof, or are they just questioning? I don't know how GoFundMe works or how much searches cost. And she says, let me ask. And then down at the bottom, could you read what it says?
I edit it to make it known that it's anonymous. Sorry for confusion. So she's saying that this was sent to her anonymously, and she's asking the group. And I would just like to take a second real quick before you move on to this part. Samantha and I, obviously, we have this channel. We run the Facebook group over there on Facebook. People kind of look to us as like, not like we have special information, but that we at least know a lot of information about this case. So if someone came to me and asked that question, there's no way I would go and post it in my group for other people to speculate and spread rumor. I would shut them down, just like Lisa tried to do right here.
Right.
I would reasonably say, that's a great question, interesting point about the GoFundMe, but there's no proof about that. And I think that's disrespectful towards Kyron's actual mother to even insinuate. So, no, there's no proof of that. So,
and the reason why I didn't show Lita's admin, we will get to her admin profile here in a second, but she is still currently active. I'm quite shocked by that, but she's still active, knowing that misinformation is being spread. And I'm also quite shocked at this right here. Yeah. Lisa Simmons. This is a Facebook profile created by Lisa herself. I am shocked. As you can tell, the wall picture for this Facebook, we're going to go into this kind of slowly because it's a little bit difficult to understand. So this is a fake profile. Her name is Lisa Simpson or Simmons. Look at the hand with the sun, and then here, Selena says, thank you for offering your services. I hope you know I have now officially obtained a lawyer. This is the person, this particular profile was made so that everybody thought that Lexi got a lawyer. Can you explain why she's saying she got a lawyer? Because I know you know more about that.
Yeah. While we're talking about Lexi, just like we said, it's important for us to say we're not giving any hate her way. She has been, I agree that she has had things happen to her that were uncalled for and inappropriate. Some people think she got it coming to her. I disagree. And some of those include people saying that they were going to report her to CPS regarding her parenting. And Samantha and I adamantly are against that. In fact, we have blocked people from our group for that, for saying that's what they were going to do.
Had to make a post because somebody tried making a post to turn her into CPS.
Yes.
And I let everybody know, if you turn her into CPS in any way, shape, or form here from our group, you will be blocked. So,
right. And that's important because this person might behave online. They might be chronically online. They might lie a lot. They might have zero credibility. I know nothing about this person as a parent at all. And none of us do. Right. So, that's why we are adamantly against that. And that's taking it too far, in my opinion. And that causes, the children to have suffer, they're suffering for no reason if we have no idea what's going on. But I digress. As I continue, the reason that that's relevant is because that really, 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 I think people do that towards Lexi because it's a trigger for her, rightfully so. I mean, as any parent, I think would be triggered if that was something that was said to them online, multiple times. So anyway, Lexi is saying that she got a lawyer and they create this fake profile because they are going to collect all these screenshots. They're going to turn them in and they're going to give everybody cease and desist letters.
Yeah, and it wasn't just for the CPS thing. It was for doxing her or bullying her or doing anything to her or any of her admins or any of her group experts, even though she's doing all of that to everyone else. I mean, she's not calling CPS on other people,
Right.
but, you know, she's doing everything else that she's saying she's going to collect this information on. But, yeah, she's saying that she has an attorney when she don't, because this is a fake profile.
Mhm.
And moving forward here, this is the actual person's Facebook profile that they used. Nior, I can't pronounce this name, but here are the pictures. You can see the boy and the mom and the hands up in the air on the right hand side. That is, and up at the top actually too, that they use to create the wall for that fake profile.
Yep.
And then Lisa Anderson, notice the big blue moon here. This is the group expert.
Yep, that was her profile picture for a long time.
And then down at the bottom, where this arrow is pointing, is Lisa's profile picture. And I zoomed in on it so that you could actually see that it was her, because one of our moderators clicked on that wall picture and saw Lisa's thing. She forgot to crop it out.
Yep.
And it's just really disturbing, because after all this time, Lisa knew that some of this was misinformation. I thought she was just sticking around because Terry was there. I didn't think she would spread misinformation. I didn't think or expect her to do anything like this. So to see her being deceitful like this and helping Lexi make a fake profile and everything so that they can say that this person is like an attorney, it was just really disturbing to me.
It is disturbing because, again, I agree with you. I have also, I never interacted with Lisa, but I at least had a little bit of doubt, but I would be like, why the heck is she sticking around this person? Well, now we can see with our own two eyes, not only does she support this person's deception, she's completely willing to participate in it. And same with Garnet. I'm sure there's some fake profiles that Garnet has on there that has interacted.
Yeah.
And if not, then she sits around and talks about this in a group chat, is totally okay with it. No problem with these people. And that's disturbing. Right. That is disturbing.
And the only reason that I didn't show Garnet's Facebook profile is because hers has kids on it, and I'm not doing that. How she remember all of her passwords? Yeah, I
that's
have
a
no
great
clue.
point.
And
I mean,
also think
yeah.
she has 8 kids, so I think she may use her kids' phones too, or maybe use, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But here she's talking about report by an attorney in our group. If anyone wants to know how long Terry was unaccounted for, blah, blah, blah. She goes on and on. I just wanted to show, here she is posting about the new attorney that she got. We're not going to be going over every single little thing. And then here's more information on Lisa Anderson. She's in a conversation, and Helen Murphy, which was somebody else that was doing case studies with us, tells her BOC, which is Blink on Crime, we've talked about before. She's a blogger, Shannon Stoy. Everything she says is misinformation in a lot of cases, but Helen says BOC is not a credible source of information, least of all facts. She's a blogger that expresses opinion and spreads misinformation. And here is Lisa. BOC claimed to have sources inside MCSO. I'm not a fan of hers because she tried to ruin other person's lives. Not related to Kyron case. And then Aaron Marcus, he goes on and agrees with Helen and Lisa that all she does is spread misinformation. Well, if Lisa believes that BOC spreads nothing but misinformation and wants to ruin people's lives, then why is she constantly posting about BOC and talking about Dee Dee Spicer's interview with BOC? I think I'm over my data, which is why I'm having a hard time downloading the link. BOC's link sucks, but
Yeah.
here she is, 37 screenshots, no link, but it's not the only time she shares. This is a regular constant, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times
Yeah.
in discussion group, on my group, in Lexi's group, and everywhere else. But she believes this person spreads misinformation. That's a little disturbing.
Mm-hmm. Yep. She is a big fan of BOC. You're exactly right.
Yep. And then here is Sharif, who is also known as Shelbs. She is also one of the group experts. And I'm sorry, you guys, if this is whatever, you guys just kind of need to get to know this a little bit. She joined the group. She was my group admin. And as soon as Terry Horman joined Lexi's group, she and I started having problems. And those problems, it was like she was creating problems with me. I kept telling my husband, I know she's going to leave my group. I know she's going to pick on me until she finds a reason to be upset, and she's going to leave the group and go join the group where Terry's at, because that's when all of everything started to happen. And, you know, sure as shit, 2 months later, she booked Beats Feet as my admin and goes over to the other group where Terry is at. And she's been inactive. Can you read that date down at the bottom?
Yeah. So her last post in that group was September 13th, 2023, and it was addressing us. It
Yeah.
was to us.
This is her talking about Terry Horman, because she used to be a Terry hater. Me and her had several conversations about Terry Horman. She was always on the fence, 50-50. And then once she joins their group, she decides she is 100% Terry's not guilty, which is just, I think, deceitful and misguiding. But she just says she is the type of person who honestly right now believes she has outsmarted the law, because to a degree she actually has, even though they and us know the truth, she hasn't been convicted. How sad that money really talks. She lawyered up good. It's if she didn't, I do believe it would have been a very different story. And she just kind of goes on and on and on. All of this information, if you want to read all of these screenshots all the way through, we have 29 different videos to show tonight. This is going to take us a minute. So if you guys want to see all these screenshots and all this information, everything's going up in our Kyron Horman Case Revisited discussions group on Facebook. Just an FYI. But she goes on to talk about Terry did do it. And then this is a conversation between Sharif and Garnet in our admin chat, because they are discussing how they're going to be able to post misguided and misinformation in the group. And here Sharif says some of it is obviously misinformation as well, but this whole case is filled with rumors and unverified information. That's one of the reasons why me and Leah have tried debunking so much. But Garnet says, okay, so you're saying that it may be impossible not to use misinformation? And she said, kind of, it's a hard one. And then because most of nearly everything has never been verified except Terry's timeline, which has never been verified.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, there's things that's been, verified. And if you really truly look and do your research, you can find verified information. She says here, make our own conclusions along the way. The group needs us to be taken seriously, but at the same time, if we can sift through facts and rumors ourselves and make our own conclusions along the way. So that was their intention through how they were going to be able to stop. Ooh, I did not mean to put that up there. Boo. how they were going to be able to stop, you know, and post everything.
Post their misinformation. They basically said,
Yes.
we'll do it with unverified sources, saying sources unknown.
And this is just some stuff that she said over time. She said, "Oh my God, I watched the show with Lexi. There's a lot of misinformation. I agree with you." This is just me and her having a conversation. She was just saying that Lisa wasn't a big Lexi fan. This is Garnet, and then one of the Sally Gray fake profiles trying to come into our group a while back that Sharif was showing me. This is, yeah, Sally Gray, the fake profile saying, I really like the new, old, and ignored tips, blah, 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 blah. And then Sharif was just really upset that this person even comes in and mentions them in our group, which I didn't just learn until yesterday that that person had done that. And the way Lexi and me and Garnet, we have heart, we all this and that. She was just really mad because she was just reading a bunch of posts that they were putting up about how Lexi and Garnet had good hearts and all of this other stuff. Meanwhile, the platform for them, no one even knew these snobs. She was just like really mad. So she gets caught up in this group that she didn't even like. This is all the stuff she was saying weeks before she even went over there. Lexi wanted you so bad as an admin at first. I just it doesn't make sense. That was Lexi. She begged everybody to let me in as admin and have them in their group. But Lexi is swimming in dangerous waters and is inserting herself into the case by working with Terry and calling out Kyron's mom. It's so wrong. Then she goes over and joins the group and joins in on all of the hate on Desiree. She said she even called out Desiree. Oh my God, this is getting serious. Wow, Lexi is a nutto, for real. Not going to read all of her cussing and stuff, but you guys get the point. She didn't like Lexi, yet she went over there because Terry was there. You know, the group experts and the admins, they really just don't have, what's the word, Kaylee? They don't have couth. Old-fashioned word. But to me, I just feel like they don't have couth.
I don't even know what coof is.
It's couth with a TH. It's couth. It's like, babe. Oh, he's already sleeping. Couth is like, good, someone old, please help me out. It's just something that my grandma would say about a person that didn't have good morals, I guess.
I see.
This is an anonymous participant, so we all know that it's Lexi here. We know. Hello, the ugly duckling. Hello, love stacker. I can't say your name, but thank you guys for joining. The anonymous participant says, after this, I'm done. I'm going back on the focus of Kyron. Of course, it's a lie, SB. That's me. Just because you say so, laugh out. You have zero integrity, who doesn't care who you screw, constantly needing a pat on the back and reassurance. Oh yeah, this is Sharif. Because you are so jealous of anyone smarter than you. Do you call KB all the time so you can so she can give you advice and coddle you for hours at a time? KB, I don't know. Do I call you so you can coddle me?
No.
But
I remember this post.
Yeah, Kaylee doesn't like talking on the phone like I do because I'm old school and I don't want to just text or whatever. If I got something to say real quick, it's like I pick up the phone and I just call. Kaylee would rather text and be in messages and stuff, but we talk on the phone all the time. She does not have to call me, and she's telling Kaylee to watch her back because I don't like anyone else taking my spotlight. Once a backstabber, always a backstabber.
Yeah, right. This didn't age well.
Yeah.
That was posted a long time ago, and Samantha and I have literally been like, I think I've only not made the live maybe once or twice since that post has ever been made.
And it's because you had to work.
Yeah.
usually.
Right.
But here is somebody that is in our group that was actually over there in their group, and she's trying to let them know Samantha has been out physically searching for, and I don't physically search for Kyron. She didn't know that. Sometimes I say I'm going on a Kyron search. I'm pretty much going on search to take videos and everything else and helping everyone with timelines for the day. Kyron went missing and someone from your group was harassing her for no reason. Your group is the only one who has harassed me too for stating my opinions. And Lisa says, that's great and all, but purposely deceiving people because they don't agree with your opinion, especially those who have trusted you, doesn't make it very good. Doesn't
Wow.
make you a very good person. At least here, you know where you are standing. Even
Wow.
though everybody in that group, go ahead and say what you got to say.
That is a rich screenshot. I'd never have read that, but man, where is
They
where is your morals now? Where is your calling out the people that are deceiving people right now? The ones that you stand by, that you deceive yourself. What the
Yeah.
heck? And the thing is we wouldn't even be here today if these people changed their ways. If they turned around and took accountability and said, "Hey, you know what? We have done some stuff and we are going to do better." That
Yeah.
is like all we're asking for. But the thing is they, like Samantha said, when we didn't address them, the lies got more outrageous, and they almost got to a point where we're like, what are they gonna say that
right.
it was like, what the heck, we have to put this to an end once and for all.
Hello, Y'all's World. Hello, Miss Barbecue. And Bigfoot Barbecue is here too. Thank you guys for coming over. We're just going over and exposing the enemy from within because Kyron is under attack. They've been attacking me since I started my group. They tried stealing all of my videos that I had done, but I went in the chat and deleted everything. I went into the Facebook group where we all were, deleted everything. I stayed up for 8 hours in the middle of the night to make sure they didn't have 1 ounce of any of my information so that I could start and do my own group. And I've been under attack ever since. And that's because I was kicked out because Lexi here can't get over anybody that wants to correct her for her misinformation. Anytime I tried to correct her for anything, she didn't want to have it. But here Sammy says, you mean she's been out getting footage for YouTube content? Which is funny because at the time I wasn't even doing YouTube content. She's not a detective or a private investigator as much as she wants to act like one. She's like, she wanted to play an undercover spy too from these screenshots. What a weird way to support a missing persons case. Okay, I can be a private investigator if I wanted to be, honestly. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and second of all, that's an interesting perspective, actually. And you, Sammy, sorry to say, has the odd opinion out because Samantha has. A lot of people have said, "Thank you for showing me this." Samantha has gone out to places that were requested of her from people that didn't even live in the area. So yeah, I hardly believe that people find that weird. That's especially after 14 years and giving that perspective of why it's been so hard for them to find Kyron. I mean, this is not an easy area to be searching in.
And that's all really, I didn't want to show all of this. And then I decided to because I want people to understand I've been under attack for a long time. So when you guys see her coming after us, this is the reason why. It has nothing to do with Kyron and what we're talking about with Kyron. They would like to say that it's misinformation when it's not. But it's all an attack against me because I went out and did what was right. I went out and did it the right way. I went and created a group that was for Kyron that was the group that they wished they could have made. And I will pat myself on the back and say that because I've worked damn hard in making that group and coming over here, creating a good YouTube channel for me and Kate Leah to be on here and to have these lives. Anyway, and then it goes on, girls, she's never searched. This is Lexi. She used gas. She couldn't afford to get attention her YouTube, she was showing areas which even Crime Weekly said, which we'll go into later, was no help. Then she lied about the entrance. Terry left, and then she didn't close her group. I don't even know what she's talking about here, except for I made a comment once about gas money. I got a gift card from my admin, who's currently my admin. She sent me a 200 gift card for everything that I do, and just was like, oh my God, Sam, I'm sending you this. I didn't even know I was going to get it for one. Then she sent it. And then when she did send it, I was like, oh my God, this is $200. She was like, I bet you that gas money is costing you so much every time you go out and do videos. I just appreciate it. And she lives in Florida. So Susie sent me $200, and she just wants to go off about this gas thing. And I don't even know what it's about, but telling me that I can't afford the gas money. If I couldn't afford it, I wouldn't have been out doing it, because that's not how I run my life. We will go live to explain all of this, but Sam is definitely proving this person right. We have been through so much craziness, blah, blah, blah. The fact that she pretended to think Terry was innocent just to get information on people is so twisted. They're trying to say that I pretended to think Terry was innocent. This is not true. I was 50-50 on the wall for a very long time, and that's why I started case studies. I was never, ever doing it just to collect information or whatever. And then I'm just going to go through this really quickly. This is every single one. Now they want to talk all of this crap. They want to say all of this stuff, but here's every single one of their, and I'm not joking, every one of their admins, every one of their group experts thanking me for everything I've done for Kyron. She's Shelb's here, Sharif. I love the way you narrate your videos and really explain everything while you're driving and showing us these visuals. This is Garnet. Samantha and her man are definitely amazing for the links they have gone through to help Kyron. Lexi, right? The driving, the videos, amazing. Lisa, yes, great job, Samantha. I'm glad you keep asking. Maybe one time he might say something. Yes. Shelves, look at you, our little researcher. You are amazing, Sam. Thank you for all you do and giving us the heads up about what is going on behind the scenes. It's definitely good to know. And then she just kept going on about that. I'm not going to keep trying to do it because I'm not trying to pat my back. I just want you guys to see what they've said. And thank you, Sam. I'm really excited to see it. And then Lisa says, would anyone be able to park? She's just talking about an area, because I was explaining to all of them. And then yeah, it just kind of goes on. This is the best footage we have gotten so far to be able to make a judgment. Thank you, Sam. Because Shalebs, she lives out of the country. She's in the United Kingdoms. She doesn't even live around here. And let me just point out, none of those moderators, none of those group experts, none of those admins, except for James, Terry's son, lives in this area. Thank you, your husband, as well, for giving us the measurements outside of the school, and even Brooke. Still, these videos are great. It gives us East Coast people the opportunity to see anything. Adventures for Purpose should search the link. We have found out since then that the lake's been searched. And then this is just more of Brooke saying something. But I just wanted to show, this is Barbara, another group expert, saying that she appreciates me. Daisy Green is one of the other people that are over there in their group posting all the time. But you guys get the point.
Yep. Yeah, right. I mean, it's funny. I'm glad you pointed all that out because, again, I wrote in the comments here, when you pointed out that they were, when I came into all of this, I was following other Kyron Horman pages. I was not a member of either group, but I started getting interested in researching Kyron's case. So then I became members of each group, and I was reading what each group was saying, and I was right there with Samantha. I pride myself with being a pretty good researcher. I have research skills that are above average, and I was also with Samantha at one point where I was feeling 50-50, and it was because we were being misled by their information, and that's exactly our point. If somebody that has above average research skills like Samantha and I can be misled into thinking that, when the truth is the truth, and now we know better, we are never going to stop telling people that, because it almost got us too. We almost were there
'cause, I mean,
too.
the only reason I even started doing any case studies at all is because, Terry Horman has been one person that's been, the focus. And I thought, heck, is there somebody else out there we could focus on? Let's take a look.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just all really misleading. There's one more admin that used to be there that is gone that I just want to address real quick. Her name was Lita. Whoops. I reached out to her after I noticed that she wasn't in the other group, because I wanted to ask her if she had been done wrong like I had, because Sharif was originally in their group too and was kicked out. Garnet says here, Lita was part of our group, but things happened. And when she was asked, she ignored us. Instead of giving any answer, we as an admin decided we couldn't have someone that would just ghost us instead of giving direct and clear answers. Well, the fact of the matter is she didn't ghost at all. It says right here, my husband died not long ago. I'm still kind of reeling from that. So her husband passed away. And she said, I hope you're doing okay. I have my day. Let's see. And she says, yeah, after everything, I wonder how much was true and what wasn't. I'm no puppet. I'll just say that.
Mm-hmm.
And then she said, yeah, I'm not controlled either, because I told her I wasn't one to be controlled. I wasn't going to be controlled by Lexi. And she said, and I just pray for people who make up stories. She literally says that. I just don't like all of the backstabbing, And then,
before you move on from Lita, I'm going to backtrack a little. How Lisa said Samantha lied about thinking Terry was innocent, blah blah blah. There was this weird, like, nobody was being outright about what happened, but I could tell when I was members of each group, I could tell there was this divide, and I was confused too. Now I understand the backstory, but even for months after Samantha and I had established a friendship, I still thought, because of what Lexi and Lisa implied in their group, that Samantha was pretending to be Lita. And they're completely separate people, and Lita's a real person. And look,
right.
her husband passed away, and she was going through a lot in her personal life. And nobody was ever clear about that, what happened. All, as an outsider, I could tell was bits and pieces, and they heavily implied that Samantha was a liar, and that's all I knew. And I'm so glad that now today I'm standing here for the truth and defending Samantha and myself in turn, because they've also attacked me for befriending Samantha. And it's all about, it is a personal thing at this point. It shouldn't
really
be. It should not be personal. If you're
contest.
Yes, it feels that way. And it's like, okay, I mean, we have done a lot to debunk this information, but you guys do not care. I mean, you can't deny that we debunked the Savi's Island Bridge thing, yet you're still posting that it's true. Yet, you know what I mean? That's just one example. I just don't get it. And it has to be personal at that point. It has to be personal, Lisa. It has to be personal, Lexi. I just don't understand.
we're kind of going, and thank you for saying all of that, because it was really disheartening to find out that her husband died. We had a very long conversation. I didn't want to share all of our conversation. She was really hurting and stuff about all of that, but she didn't ghost that group. Her
Yeah.
husband got sick. She kept trying to tell them that her husband was sick. She couldn't go take video because she lives here in the area, and they wanted her to go out and take pictures and go take videos and do all of this stuff. And she kept trying to explain to them that she couldn't do it right then. So they got mad. That's what
Right.
happened.
Yeah, that's
And then we're
sad.
going on to our bully thread. So here comes all of the drama. We're going to go through this fast, and I hope that it's not confusing to you guys. We want to let everybody know that we're seeing everything you guys are saying over here in the comment section, but I literally have 29 threads. Kalia has 5 or 6 threads of things to talk about, so we need to get through them through this live. Everybody always knows we truly appreciate everybody for being here. We're sorry if we see something over there like a question that we feel like we want to address or whatever, we'll get to you. Just know we're keeping an eye. We're here. We're watching. If you guys could give a little thumbs up for us, though, that'd be great. So now we're going to go into the bullying thread. I made it very short because you guys are going to really get the point, besides the bullying on me and Kaylee and our other excuse me, admin. Here is Lexi. Never have I ever talked about someone's family. But right here, she's talking about somebody's family and about how you can't be a child advocate with this as your man. Basically, calling out somebody because she got mad at them, started talking crap about their family. This one is actually a member of our group. It's Miss Pickles. They went as far as stalking her Facebook page to find out about, what is it called? A post she did for Burger King, a review she did for Burger King, and then says, Miss Pickles, now you know better to go back to the same Burger King over and over and over again just to complain about not having the food you probably do not need anyway. I mean, your last name is Pickle with a pickle emoji. It was fun searching for your record. See you guys soon. This is one out of multiple times that we have seen them go find these people, go find their Facebooks, go find out where they're at, what they're doing. We've seen them talk to people and actually mention a mother's child's school to her. Like, we know where your child goes to school. Like, some really creepy shit, you guys. Okay.
Yeah.
Stalking.
Very weird. Very bizarre behavior. And it's all because they might laugh or, post something in our group that might be laughing at Terry or, throwing shade or whatever, and they don't like it. So then they go and they attack them in their group and
or
in
even
this
something
threatening
that they
way.
see over on World Soldiers page too. If they see anybody over there, not agreeing with their narrative, if you don't believe that Terry is innocent, then you are somebody they're going to go after.
Mm-hmm.
This one says, hello, or hey, Lisa. Shared from a page because it looks like you're one of those fans, but it's not cute to hate on a child advocate instead of laughing at post about Kyron. She goes on to say, go look at flyers, walk around your block. You could use that for several reasons. Again, fat shaming somebody.
Horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Oh, didn't mean to do that. And I think this thread's over. Yep. But I just wanted to point out, it was a really short thread that she bullies, the things that she says. She's definitely a fat shamer. She's definitely going over, stalking people's Facebooks on top of everything else that she does, all the fake profiles and everything. Like, it's crazy. And it's creepy. Yes, Connie, creepy.
And you want to know something? If they don't find something on your record, then they'll lie about you and say there is something on your record, like they tried to do for our guests that we had on our show before, when it's completely fabricated.
Now we're going to go on to a fundraising thread, and this is video clips from them trying to ask Desiree Young to fundraise with them and find the money to hire a private investigator. And in these clips, I'm just going to warn you guys, if you guys don't like foul language, you're not going to like this. You may want to come back in a few minutes, because Norman, the person that they go live with, he gets really intense and says some really awful things about Desiree in this thread. We'll take some time to pause through some stuff, but I'm going to go ahead and throw this up.
So the PI is $3K for a retainer fee, and then it's $90 per hour. So when he gets done with that $3K, like, we're still going to have to keep raising money. The thing is, you know, they keep holding these car washes, and they're not getting a PI. And we have one ready to go. We just need to do a fundraiser. But they're flipping out, they're doxing, they're going crazy, saying they're going to sue us, you know. It's not illegal to raise money for something like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody can sue.
And I don't need anybody's permission
approval. Yeah. But
to,
we're doing. Go ahead.
Yeah, we don't need anybody's permission to hire a PI.
But the thing is that it isn't any of their business to hire a PI, especially when they're putting out so much misinformation in Kyron's case.
Yeah.
Who are they? Who do they think that they are?
Yeah, and also on top of that, when they raised funny, they made no distinction that it wasn't family approved or anything. They just did it, and with Kyron's name and everything, and that's extremely misleading. And third of all, we haven't, again, there they are blatantly saying that Desiree hasn't hired a PI. Would you tell Lexi? Would you go and blast that out publicly that you hired a PI? No, I don't think so.
I just wanted you to know that I just got a PI. Okay, bye.
Yes, that's absolutely stupid. That's just, I'm sorry. That is stupid for anybody with an active ongoing case to go and show their hand and say, I have a PI now. No,
she may not even want the detectives to know that she's got a PI. Why the hell would she want them to know?
Yes, precisely. So we're not entitled to know that information. We don't know one way or the other. But what we do know is that Kyron's mom has never stopped looking and advocating for Kyron. And she is honestly one of the only reasons that his case still gets traction after 14 years. If it wasn't for Desiree, I mean, Kane has done a lot for Kyron too, don't get me wrong, but you don't hear from Kane like you hear from Desiree. Desiree, I say all the time, is a fire that can't be put out for her son. And it just bothers me to hear people that say that they love a missing child and they're advocating for a missing child and then spread rumors, completely baseless, unfounded rumors about his mother.
Yep, exactly. We'll continue with this.
To look at anything. You know, anybody in the world can hire a private investigator if they're legal to perform that job duty in that state. That's really all you need.
Yeah.
So, you know, this is an extension to Desiree that let's come together and help us set this private investigator on his way.
This is an invitation for you to join us in getting a private investigator for Kyron. Us, the people who talk crap about Desiree every single chance that we get. That when you guys hear the things that they do and say throughout this live about her, you're going to be blown away that they would even try to have this kind of live.
Yeah.
To invite Desiree.
To me, it shows how out of touch, honestly. That's why we haven't honestly wanted to address it, but it's so bad that the ripples of what they do, it's just crazy.
I'm embarrassed for them.
Yeah. I
real.
agree.
It's an
Mhm.
embarrassment.
Yep.
We
You know.
have the resources. We have a community that is ready to donate to something that they know, is going to go somewhere. I mean, they're ready. And we're just inviting you in, and we don't have to, you can still feel the same way you feel. We still feel the same way we feel, because everybody has the right to their own opinion. But when it comes to a missing child and we're asking you to come together and let us help, like, it's better to, it would feel amazing, if you just said yes, like, I want the help, because we will actually get something done, unlike somebody else.
And there they go. Already starting in on Desiree. They want her help. We'll get something done. Not like somebody else. Like, they're already like smashing her.
They're throwing shade. It's just bizarre. And I'd like to also point out that this person, one of them, was prosecuted for a financial charge.
Oh yeah,
You
it's
know?
all on here.
And then the other one tried selling their food stamps because they were, they say it was a joke. In my opinion, it's because they were struggling financially, and here they are now trying to raise money.
During the pandemic, when lots of people were getting extra on the food stamps during Christmas, saying she's going to sell her food stamps. She says it was a joke, and there were laughing faces on the post, but somebody grabbed that post, took a screenshot. There is no laughing faces. She was not joking. So would you trust somebody to fundraise money
when
and a
they
child?
they haven't shown themselves to be extremely responsible financially from what we can see online, when we look into your background,
Somebody
Garnet.
on here has the screenshot too. We all, I think, have the screenshot of her selling the food stamps. Hi, Chuck. Nice to see you.
In fact, actually, if you go and you type in Red Bull coffee and crime on YouTube, you can find other videos that other people made before I even knew. Yeah, before we even came around. So this is a long term behavior of this person.
Yep.
I've spoken to the private investigator. I am ready to move forward. Would I like to have approval? I would love to see the bio parents.
Exactly.
Bio parents. You mean Kyron's parents?
But I don't need approval to move forward.
No, but you should move forward with the parents' permission.
We are doing this to see if she is willing to come together. And I really, all of this crap that is going on in this group, you need to wake up and understand that this does not look good on you, on anybody. Yeah, us coming out and trying to, because we know that we can get this done, and a lot of people are willing. They've even wrote yesterday that they feel more comfortable donating to us than on that page.
I just have to laugh. I wish I had like a laughing video to put right there, that people are reaching out to them and saying, like, we trust you to raise the money for a PI more than we do for Stacy Green and Kyron World Soldiers or Desiree. What? Come on. Lies.
We can get this money raised, and we're going to do it with or without, but we're just trying to.
I really want this PI to have a fair and equal shot at all sides of this.
That's why I'm so
You're now listening to Norman.
highly amped about being involved in this, with you guys in this case, because I don't believe in, in smacking female, physically assaulting, women.
Warning, bad language. Warning, gonna get bad. Just letting y'all know.
or whatever. But
Mhm.
I will socially fucking body slam a bitch in public and make her look like a fucking clown online in any fucking faucet that I can, because I have ex-wives or ex-girlfriends or whatever, and they try to muddy the waters on me, and I played the same fucking game and won too. So
That's who they decide to work with. A person that would act like that and say that about Desiree.
Yeah, it's very, very appalling.
and not only that, your coffer is gonna run out, Desiree. You don't understand it. What you're doing now is like a form of prostitution.
Yeah.
There's no retirement plan in that line of work. Strippers, all that. Not everybody can run a brothel.
Yeah.
Saying that Desiree's copper money is going to run out, calling her a prostitute. It's really disgusting, you guys.
99% of the women that go into prostitution or go into the manipulation game like you're doing emotionally, however you want to play it for money, it always runs dry, and then you have nothing at the end except for tax evasion.
Yep.
You
Yep.
better think twice before fucking with me and my team.
Exactly. Yeah.
And these women laugh and say, yep, 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 agreeing with him as he goes on and on with his vulgarity and continues to just really bash beyond.
Yeah, it's crazy.
She can't think past her fucking feet to do anything for Kyron. Unless there's new shoes involved for her or she's getting a...
Sally Mae Norman is the person that they do lives with. They do Kyron Horman lives with this guy, and a lot of them have just been on Desiree Young lately, and this is what they're saying about Desiree.
Yeah,
remodel of her home or a new car or whatever it is the money pertains to her. It doesn't help out Kyron's case.
Accusing her pretty much of just spending all of the money and everything else on
on her own personal
Desiree's
stuff.
luxuries.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's just so outrageous and frustrating and irresponsible, harmful, cruel. I mean, there's so many words that could describe rumors like this. What the hell is the motivation? I don't know. And it's baseless. And it's they don't do anything to stop him. They just roll along with it. And what bothers me a lot about this, I'm getting a little bit more passionate now as I am getting more as I remember all the things that have happened. It bothers me a lot because they accuse us of harming Kyron's case. They accuse us of being tragedy pimps and all kinds of things. Yet this is the kind of way that they talk about Kyron's case. You will never find us talking about Kyron's case in that way ever. Even about Terry. I mean, like, yeah,
it is one of our group rules that if you come into our group and bash Kyron's parents, you're out of there. Out. Yeah. It's an automatic ban. I usually will just say, hey, we don't bash the parents here, but if they continue, I block. We won't have it. The parents are victims, just like Kyron, and I refuse to let anybody bully the parents.
Me too.
I'm just not going to allow it. Here they are posting, Selena Gons, this is Lexi. Everyone, please join us in a very, very important $2 per person in a group is enough for a PI. This is just them trying to get the money for a PI, begging people for a PI.
$2 per group member.
Garnet here is just, this is the donation thing that she actually created with the Spot Fund to donate money with their goal on there, which was $3,000. And then an update from Kyron Horman World Soldiers. The fundraiser is still up, but they just changed the name because they ended up changing the name. Please, everyone, keep reporting Garnet. She is the one on the account, and she has been convicted of fraud. Please keep reporting. Next thing you know, Catalina Rodriguez. This is Lexi. Do you think this PI is working for us? No, it's for Kyron. And at this,
at the end of the day,
Yeah. At the end of the day, we have proved we can do so much more for him than anyone has in 13 years. Who wouldn't want our help? I mean, let's be real. All they have done is talk and wash a few cars. Perfectly well said. We found a reliable PI that knows the case, 20-year detective, discounted price because our situation of not already having money and he's interested in helping Kyron, but bio mom, oh God, she just goes on and I can't. She's just really trying to spin this private investigator for missing. It says this is information that actually Stacy Green from World Soldiers found because she contacted the fundraising place, which Maria Tillerson, this is the person for the campaign that runs in that thing, and campaign has been removed. The reason why? Because Garnett has fraud charges on her record. And this is her fraud charges. We're not going to go into detail. I did take her birth date and her information in case anybody from the back wants to say that I didn't, but she was, prosecuted for fraud. So would you guys want anybody that sells their food stamps or someone that was prosecuted for fraud she even got put on probation and everything and had to pay back money, but would you guys want these guys doing a fundraiser for you or for your child advocating? And I'm just wondering.
Yeah, right.
The fundraiser, I would like to know what fundraiser. Oh, the one we shut down and decided to take the people that we did want to help and our money for the PI to let everyone know it's no one's business what we are doing. They're trying to say that their fundraiser wasn't shut down, that they took it down, but that's not true because Stacy Green showed her receipts. Thank God for Stacy Green. And this is anonymous participant, which I let you guys know earlier. She likes to post anonymously. So people were asked to report the fundraiser to help Kyron Horman by having a PI investigate and look for any evidence that can be report back to the investigation. They are on the case. However, BioMom, see, we know it's her because she says BioMom. Few other groups, because she always mentions groups, does not want this to happen. No, we didn't want it to happen, and everybody we know reported it as much as we could. And that is the truth. That's just going on more about that, and she was just mad because it got shut down. The fundraiser link changing was meant to be, I feel like some people that claim to be for Kyron actually celebrated thinking it was the reporting. No, we changed the link, but the ugliness of the celebration had someone reach out and set up a plan. And all I can say is God is always good. You all showed your true colors more than ever and sent to the right person to us. Everything worked out. She just trying to like spin this stupid ass story that because she was reported, because it was shut down, somebody reached out to her. And let me tell you, in all of her posts, somebody has reached out to her. Somebody is going to do something. We're going to work. Well, Kaylia will go over that with you guys, but the spinning this narrative that they've got all these people behind them supporting them, but blah, 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 blah. It's not true.
Right.
Nobody even likes her post. Nobody goes in there and likes anything of hers.
Except Lisa and maybe one or two of Terry.
Yeah.
Those are the only ones. Garnett,
And
maybe.
this is Garnett. I really don't believe I'm going to address this issue in the group. Kyron, I am so sorry. For 13 years, the hate has stopped you from being brought home. It is said that because we want to get answers regardless of where they lead. Catalina and I have been labeled scams. As far as I'm concerned, it was a scam. And she just goes on and on and on in this post about all of that. Updating on the fundraising to help the missing people. We are wanting to be sure we are doing everything the correct way. This is another fundraiser to help find missing people. And like somebody else in chat had said earlier, they know of lots of different fundraisers that they have done. So this one wasn't even on Kyron. This was actually a last minute find. This is Kristen Mickelson. Did she change her last name? Was this a Kristen Kelly?
No, this is Kane's girlfriend.
Oh, I'll let you go ahead and go through this because you know more about this than I do, I think. Because you
Yeah.
and Heidi talked about it, and I have it all.
This is Kane's girlfriend, and she writes here, this is on the anniversary of Kyron's disappearance. So, with today being the 4th, there have been some questions around some fundraising that's been going on. Support whoever your heart tells you to. Just please do your research. Working where I do, unfortunately, I see scams of all kinds. Make sure who you're donating to is someone who is using the funds the right ways. Make sure they have a 501c3 or something else in place so you know your money is helping others. I know it's hard sometimes because in the moment it can pull at your heartstrings. Just do your research and hug your babies tight. And yes, we still believe Kyron is out there somewhere. And Lexi jumped all over this as a way to start throwing again more shade because they love this rumor that Desiree just fundraises for herself. Well, here is Stacy Green, who runs the Kyron Horman World Soldiers Facebook group and is very, very active in the volunteering and the whole fundraising of the car wash and everything. And she writes, please let us know who's misusing the funds so we can make sure it stops. Thanks. And Kristen says, oh, it's no one said anyone was where I work. It's very common. So I'm just putting it out there for people to make sure they do their research prior to donating. So, of course, here's a confirmation that it's not about Desiree, as Lexi wants everybody to believe. And she's still out there bumping her post, making her people think that this post is directed towards Desiree, when the truth is, if you actually look at the pictures and all, the interview and everything that of Desiree for the last several years, the banner has a link that says bring Kyron home, which takes you to the Kyron Horman Foundation, which to me, along with this comment from Stacy Green, confirms that they're all intertwined. We might not see Kane and Desiree like best friends and together, but obviously they are working together with the common goal of their son, because otherwise, why would Desiree have the Kyron Horman Foundation information on her banner for the fundraising at the car wash?
It's
So
also shared on the news.
yeah, it was all over the booth. They had a huge banner. They had it was the website to go to. It says for more information, go to bring Kyron home. The news reporter that interviewed Desiree, she said if you want to donate, go to bringkyronhome.org, which is the Kyron Horman Foundation website. Why would Desiree tell the reporter that? You know what I mean? If there wasn't some sort of commonality here.
Yeah.
The
Exactly.
common goal is that their son is missing. And of course, at the end of the day, Kyron is missing. And that is the only reason that they really have any reason to be in each other's life. And if Kyron was around, they probably wouldn't be in each other's life that much at this point. Kyron's an adult man, and Kane and Desiree have moved on as far as like every other aspect of their life. You know what I mean? So it makes sense to me that they aren't like best friends and all that. I would love to see them come together one day, but it's not abnormal in my opinion. I think that happens a lot when people have a kid and then decades go on after they divorce. There's not really any reason to stay in each other's life anymore.
This screenshot here was from her YouTube channel, because she was spreading the misinformation on YouTube with Kane's girlfriend's information, saying, the information, watch out for people doing fake fundraisers and everything else. And she said, be careful who you donate to. Yes, call it out, mama. Pretty much wanting everybody to believe that she's
This is towards
talking about
Desiree.
Desiree.
Yes, exactly. And yeah, again, it's just baseless, especially after we know for sure because Stacy goes and comments on it. But do you think Lexi has the integrity to go back and make it right with her members? No.
Or even delete it?
Nope,
No.
she actually just keeps bumping it like that's the only update, and doesn't update anybody past that because it doesn't serve her purpose of deceiving people.
Yeah. And here she says, now I see someone trying to prove a point, but talk so badly about Kane in the comments section, like everyone will respond or even just come out and straight up say, oh, yeah, it's you guys. Whatever. But we know the truth. Heartstrings is definitely what is used in videos and here all the time. Either way, I applaud her for calling it out, period. Saying that she's calling Desiree out. Kane's girlfriend's calling her out. Looks like Kane does fundraisings too. Wonder where that goes too. So now they're going to bash Kane and his foundation. And then these were all the people that liked it. Terry Horman being one of them, Terry Vasquez, Selena, Sherry, Kristen Hannon, which we're about to get into right now. She
is she doesn't like Desiree. And again, this is because she is, I hate to say it, I don't know if anybody's watched that Dancing with the Devil Netflix special about the cult. The TikTok cult. If you haven't, it's actually really interesting. I thought it was going to be kind of silly or dumb, but it's actually really interesting, and it's all about how you can be brainwashed by people. And this person is definitely one of them that has drank their Kool-Aid and believes everything they say without doing any research on their own. And this is the impact of spreading this kind of information and misleading people, and this is just one impact of that, what we're about to talk about.
Yeah, and this is very impactful because this is what Christine Hannon decided she wanted to do to Desiree Young on Kyron's 14th year missing date on June 4th, 2024. And it is so horrible. Go ahead. I'll let you take this one.
So yeah, this is Desiree's post. She shared the new website that Multnomah County Sheriff Office put out that has Kyron's page on there. And Christine goes to Desiree's actual Facebook page and writes on her post saying, "Where is he and who has he been sold to? You just couldn't prevent it, could you? The truth will set you free." That's what she's saying to Desiree, because this person is so convinced that Desiree sold Kyron to somebody in Canada over her medical debt. That's literally that. And guess what? That's the kind of crap that Terry allows too, because this person has asked Terry several times and Terry just gives these elusive answers. Finally, Terry squashed one that Desiree was on drugs because this person was also spreading this rumor too. And finally, Terry was like, okay, enough is enough. And good. Why aren't you doing that for any other rumor, Terry? Because this is harmful. Look, she went and attacked Desiree on the anniversary of June 4th. And now here's Selena, aka Lexi. Here, Christina goes back to the group, shares her screenshot, basically saying, look how cool I am. Look at how edgy I am. I just attacked Desiree right to her post, right to her face. And Lexi goes, I had to laugh and care. Emoji, LMFAO. Oh my God. You should also comment the screenshot of Kane's girlfriend about the money. LMFAO. I'm blocked, so I cannot. Ha ha ha, laughing faces and claps. Like she's
to Desiree's page, share Kane's girlfriend's post so that everybody else thinks that she's talking about Desiree on Desiree's personal Facebook, people.
On June 4th, the day that Kyron went missing, and this is who screams from the mountain, always is typing that nobody cares about Kyron, right? And this is the kind of behavior that you are encouraging from your group members and participating in. If that happened in our group, that would never be allowed. We don't let people go and harass you in your group. You know, it's just crazy.
Yeah, and these are YouTube comments. Same person says, where is Kyron, Desiree? Don't sleep. We're coming for you. And then she turns around and goes and shares that into Lexi's group, and they laugh about it because they think it's so cool to attack Desiree whenever they get the chance.
Yeah. And here's Christine saying, asking Am I the only one who wants to know where in Canada Desiree went and what treatments and who her friends were? And then Missing Kyron Horman says, why are you asking these questions? Her medical history is out there and the reason she was in Canada. What are you insinuating? And people are
Can you
asking.
explain to everybody who Missing Kyron Horman is?
Missing Kyron Horman is another official volunteer ran Facebook page who is close with the family, Kyron's both Kane and Desiree. And she's not over here trying to say you're completely wrong. She's asking, why do you care? Because this is not relevant. And the medical information is out there. So, I mean, we've covered it in our own lives. If Christine was really, really interested, the information's out there for her to find, A. And B, if Lexi really, really cared, she has also seen that live, I'm 99% sure. And if not, then Garnett or Lisa has. They have seen our live talking about it because I've also seen comments about them talking about the information we covered in that live. Yet they still allow this rumor to persist enough where now it's boiled over to this person actually going and face-to-face accusing Desiree on her post on the day Kyron disappeared, that anniversary. It's just crazy. Yes, disturbing. It's a really, really perfect way to explain it.
Yeah, and here you have that Christine saying, Terry Vasquez, every time you respond to me, I feel like I was just recognized by a celebrity and got a reply from my fan mail. Like, she thinks like Terry's a celebrity or something, and she's like all stoked about getting attention from Terry. Oh my gosh, it's disgusting. We can remove this one now. And then the same day, you guys, that, I'm on here for 9 hours advocating for Kyron, to bring awareness for Kyron on June 4th, the 14th year anniversary of his disappearance. This is what Lexi goes, and I just took a short clip about what she had to say about us doing a live.
You have to, if you're a creator, you have to go live for a whole day about a case. It shows you are just a tragedy pimp. So in YouTube, we call, creators that are just here for views and will say anything, and, we call them tragedy pimps. They're just here to make money. You're not doing anything to help Kyron, especially spreading the false, narrative. It's disgusting. Be on Kyron's side. He doesn't have a lot of people on his side. He has a lot of people. I don't want to go into that, but I might go live later on YouTube.
She calls us tragedy pimps for going live on that day, but then turns around and talks about going to go live on YouTube that day. And because I was doing it for 9 hours, or I was going to do it all day, it was just, I'm a tragedy pimp. I'm trying to make money. I'm trying to this or that. I will let you guys know. I don't even think one member became a member. I don't think I got any super sticker at all or any funds from anybody that day. And even when you go live, if you're not liked over 1,000 times, which only pays you like less than 50 cents, you don't make a lot of money.
Right.
And I would never try to make money off of Kyron. Yeah, I'm monetized. Yeah, I went live. Yeah, I do make a little bit of money when I go live. But let me tell you something. I'm getting my first check this month for $100 since I've been monetized for 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a tragedy pimp.
Right.
That's who I am.
Meanwhile, yeah, she's the one who lies and deceives and sees no problem with any of that, and then accuses other people of being tragedy pimps. It's just, where is the self-awareness? It just goes beyond me. I don't understand.
Guess you did, silly lady. Yaya said, I did? I know you gave me a $50 super sticker last week for another Kyron Horman live, but I don't think that was for our anniversary.
That was a great
Thank
live.
you,
I
Chuck.
mean, being dedicated for that long, I mean, it just goes
I
it
had
just
a blast.
it was pure
Honestly,
against you. It had nothing to do. I mean, that's great for
yeah.
Kyron. You were alive for that long doing nothing but talking about Kyron. But because you weren't spreading her misinformation that she wants to be out there that makes Terry look innocent, you're doing it wrong and you aren't doing it for Kyron and you're a tragedy pimp. It's all because honestly, I hate to say it, I'm not the type of person that just accuses people of being jealous, but what else could it be? It's purely because it was you, Samantha.
Oh, I know.
Yep.
I do realize that. I had a great day talking about my favorite case that,
Mhm.
that I've been covering for 3, 4, 5, I don't know, 14 years off and on, but heavily the last 3 or 4. But yeah, a lot of people that are here right now was there. And you know, talking in the comments and talking and going over his case. Yes, that's enjoyable for me, even though it was horrific that it's been 14 years and he still hasn't had justice. But I'm going to share this gift card thing from their group, and then you can go ahead and we'll start sharing a couple of things that you have too, Kalia. This is just a bunch of screenshots all put together. Going to go by really super fast of how many times, and that's probably way more than this. This is just what I got randomly from their Facebook, where they want people to come over, and they're saying that if you share their group, like their group, invite people to their group for 1,000 members, for 1,500 members, for 2,000, for 2,500, for 3,000, 3,500, 4,000. Find the cookie jar for Kyron for 4,000 members, and you'll receive gift card. Constantly putting out there about these gift cards. And one, she says that they had already given away 2 gift cards. I have personally never seen any gift card ever given ever. These are $50 digital gift cards that they swear to God that they're giving out to people for
Yeah.
pretty much begging for attention, begging for likes, begging for people to share, share, share. And a lot of this really stemmed from, like she was just talking about being jealous. My page, my Facebook group started really going crazy, and she couldn't handle that my numbers were getting higher and higher than her Facebook group. And that's when I started noticing all of
Yeah.
the gift card stuff. So here we go. She's even done TikToks.
Yep. About
She's
gift
even,
cards.
yeah,
Yeah.
and shared it on her YouTube.
I'm sorry, but if that's not a tragedy pimp, I don't know what is. That's bizarre behavior. I mean, I've seen giveaways for other kinds of Facebook groups. Like, I mean, I have an Animal Crossing Facebook group that I run, and I've done giveaways there. It's completely different, totally different vibe. You guys, I mean, I think that's bizarre, personally. And I agree, Samantha. She swears that they've done actual like winners for this giveaway. I've never actually seen it with my own eyes. I could be wrong, but speaking of Mother's Day, we're kind of going to stick on Mother's Day because on Mother's Day there was also that's when Desiree and Doug Bishop had their interview released on YouTube, the most recent one that we also have gone over recently in our lives, if you look back a couple lives ago. And it's important because that was on Mother's Day, and immediately Lexi and Garnett go to Norman. They go to Norman's channel again, and they start talking about the interview that Desiree gave to Doug Bishop. And it's important to talk about a couple of things about this. The main thing that I think that I take away from this is the most frustrating for me is that they want to tell people and they want to like give off this impression to everybody that is watching them, their viewers, their group members, that they know more than Desiree's mom and that they are the better source than the missing child's. Yes, sorry, that's what I meant. Yeah, they want to give off that they're more credible than Kyron's own mother, and they have more of the right information than Kyron's own mother, and that's the whole like motivation behind even going live on Mother's Day, was to talk about and debunk this interview that Desiree gave. Like, they're going to debunk Kyron's mom. That's just
Yeah.
bizarre. That is bizarre. So if you want to play the Mother's Day live
Yep.
video, we can start there.
Amy in Boston, hello. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. I haven't been on other people's YouTubes lately. I'm not joking. I have been doing so much and so busy. Family, working on YouTube. Kaylee is getting ready to go for a trip. And plus she had a baby shower last weekend. Like, we've just been so busy. It's good to see you. And here I go. I'm going to add that up because I don't know if you want to pause it
Yeah.
or when.
Go ahead. add it up.
I've missed you too, Amy. She's my little Clover girl.
So this video is, we're going to hear from Norman and from Lexi and Garnett themselves, and just listen to what they're saying about Doug in particular, because at first, before they know anything, just right off the bat, their only qualm about this interview is that the interview was with Desiree, which is crazy. So here we go.
There was this, and just like every marriage, there was a 7-year itch. And Kyron and Kyron's dad, Kane, and Terry, the stepmother, were starting to wear on their relationship. And I'm pretty sure Desiree had something to do with that too, because Desiree is not the sweetest apple in the bunch. So not only do we have,
I would just like to say that's completely just pulled out of his ass, because there's no proof of that. And Desiree was remarried, completely remarried by the time by the time Kane and Terry's marriage started falling apart. So again, just throwing shade at Desiree for no good reason, completely baseless.
a bitter ex-wife, but we have a bitter baby mama. It's the only thing I can say. Through this harassment online in the last 2 years, besides Red Bull and Coffee, I am also friends with Terry.
So here we go. I hold the opinion that these people all have either a private Facebook group, private messaging, I don't know. But Norman Nix is not active in the Facebook group, yet here he is coming on camera saying, I am friends with Terry Horman. This is not the only time he's made this claim. So they are, actual friends off of social media. I think that's pretty fair to say.
But I've also seen lives where he says that he talks to her all the time.
I think that they, like I said, they chat. They have messenger chats, or they're on phone calls. I don't know, but they definitely chat way more than in the Facebook group that we see, because he's never active in there.
Just full disclosure. So I just came across a video, or we all just came across a video this morning for Mother's Day that was put out in the name of Kyron by the mother Desiree. And the mother Desiree, with these biannual car washes and whatever she tries to do as far as raising money for her Venmo account, which she will not disclose to the public. She is also admitted in a tell-all book of her biography, which we also did a review on, where she openly admitted that she was not working, that there was nothing wrong with her kidneys, which was the reason that she couldn't be a mother at the time of.
This is completely 100% fake, false, misinformation, not true. And if you read the book, you would know that. So that's why I put a big false over his face. A lot of what he's saying is not true. Desiree never says that she didn't have kidney issues in the book. In fact, she goes on to say that she has lupus in the book. And she does describe more in detail about her issues and her health related complications. She's chronically ill. So,
And Kane and the other father, totally in the court documents, talks about knowing that she was super sick. They weren't even going to charge Desiree or make her pay any child support payments to them for having the kids while she was gone, because they already knew how much money she owed to for her health issues before even leaving to go to. And another thing, I don't know if you show it in this clip or not, but I just want to mention it because I know I saw him mention in another that You know, I've seen them talk about how Desiree Young, I guess, was gone for 3 years in Canada. She was only gone in Canada a couple of months,
Yeah,
like a
right.
few months.
It was very short time. And you know what, Kim? That's a perfect comment. She writes, "What's sad is Terry manipulated a group of mentally ill people and have them gaslighting for her. Birds of the same feather." And you know what? That's how I feel. I feel like, I mean, here they are. I was just about to say that. These are Terry's friends. He said it himself. These are Terry's friends. These are the people Terry talks to on a daily basis. And this is the information they're getting told or that they believe, and she's not doing anything up to correct them. She's just idly sitting by, allowing them to hold these harmful opinions about Kyron's mom because it suits her. It suits her needs. It suits her. It deflects from her. It makes her look better. Yeah. So it bothers me because this is his intro where he's about to go talk crap about Desiree and say that she's spreading lies and misinformation. Yet I've just paused this video several times on fake, false, 100% wrong information, and he's going to come as this authority figure over out that he knows anything of Kyron's case, yet he just spewed so much wrong, incorrect info. It bothers me, and it honestly pisses me off because I am passionate about Kyron's case, and I am passionate about only repeating and only sharing information with you guys that I have been able to verify or have been able to find some sort of source to verify. I've never come at you with baseless unless I've told you this is my opinion. So
Right.
it just is frustrating that this information ripples out. I mean, I didn't include this, but while I have it paused, this kind of information ripples out so far that, like, when I see a random Kyron post on the internet and I just so happen to reply, they're saying this information to me. They're saying this kind of information to me, and I'm thinking in my head, I bet you they're a group member, and I go and check, and yes, they are. Meaning they're reading this information. They might not be liking it, they might not be sharing it, but they're seeing it on their screen, they're retaining it in their brain, and they're sharing it like it's the truth, and it's rippling out. And that is what's bothering me. And that's just one of the harmful aspects of why it's so damaging and why it's important to us to stop that spread.
Kyron's birth and why Kane had to take Kyron with Terry. She got remarried right to a detective to another police department like months after Kyron's disappearance.
Well, she got remarried in August. So
well,
it was,
did the pictures and the ceremony months later afterwards. So as much pointing, the point I'm getting at, as much finger pointing as she's done at Terry for a lack of empathy for what's going on and not mourning her son the same way that she mourns her, she actually does a lot of questionable things herself. Even if she did not do anything to her son, the way she's dealt with her mourning, especially after 14 years, has been a lot questionable. And admitting that you're taking the donation money that people are giving you for this car wash that are supposed to be for PIs and, you know, and all these searches and stuff, and we find out you're not doing these searches. There's no evidence of these searches other than what was done in the very first part of the investigation. But you're spending it on your house, cars, refurbishing, you know what I mean, all this stuff. And now you're on Mother's Day doing this video. One of the first things that you're going to see here is that not only is she blaming Terry, but well, I'll let you see for yourself here.
Driving to and from the school, every time I was looking out the window, looking, searching, all the time. Never once did she ever look around. In fact, she asked me, "What are you doing?" Like she was annoyed at it. I said, "I'm looking for my son. What are you doing?"
Yeah.
And she thought that was odd.
She's recalling this after 14 years, after all the Kool-Aid's been spun and drunk.
mm-hmm.
And now, is it just me coming into the picture, or is that the stern bitterness of somebody who is determined with no evidence? I watched this whole
Bitter.
I almost asked you to pause too, because she has been saying this all along. I have heard Desiree say about this car ride in the book and in several other interviews that she asks Terry, you know, "What do you mean? What am I looking at? I'm looking for my son." Terry isn't doing anything. She doesn't have to look for Kyron because she already knows what has happened to Kyron because she did something with Kyron.
Yeah, exactly. And here is Norman saying the bitterness of a person that has no evidence. Lest I remind every person listening right now that Desiree and Kane both are entitled to sensitive information regarding Kyron's disappearance, and anybody telling you otherwise is wrong because the DA wrote it himself in a sworn statement for the court case of Terry and Kane. So it's
Because
indisputable.
Kane is a victim.
Yes. There are that Kyron's parents, it is addressed to Kane because it is Kane's court case, but this would still pertain to Desiree too because she is also Kyron's parent. They both had joint custody over Kyron. They both are considered victims according to the Oregon State Constitution, and thus they're entitled to information regarding the investigation because of their victim status. And it's the same. I know for a fact because I was a victim of a crime, and it was a small crime that I really didn't it wouldn't have bothered me one way or the other to have been involved in. I had to testify to the grand jury. I had to be updated on things regarding this criminal. I was getting updated from the DA's office. They would call me like every month and just be like, okay, this is what's going on. I'm not even joking. And I was barely involved in this crime. So I 100% believe that the actual parents, the closest people, and not to mention, we all know, like we said, Desiree's married to law enforcement. You can't tell me that there isn't conversations, maybe conversations that might not have been, maybe they're more careful with people that aren't law enforcement, but because of that law enforcement connection, they feel more comfortable giving information that might scare other people. You know what I mean? It might not be information that is bad to give Desiree, but a normal person, they might be like, okay, they won't understand this part of the investigation, but because of the close connection and that they have law enforcement in their family that can wrap their head around why we did this, we will tell them. Who knows? We don't know. I'm just saying that's another layer to consider. So we're almost to the end of this clip, and then we'll have a little bit more to talk about this interview, but I'll keep playing here.
Interview and shout out to Gary or this gentleman who did this. I believe his name is Doug Bishop.
Yeah.
Doug Bishop has some good content. Don't get me wrong, but and like I told the ladies here earlier, I have no problem with him as a content creator or even as an interviewer. The only thing I have question is who he interviewed. His subject is just a piece of shit.
I can't believe that I ended it right there because he's going and giving Doug kudos, saying Doug is a great content creator. It's just his subject is a piece of shit. The mother of the missing child, that's literally what came out of their mouth. And those are the people that Terry's friends with. Those are the people that these advocates go on live with all the time. That's their whole circle.
Yeah, when I was reading the information on YouTube about like things you can get struck for and everything else, do you guys know that you can get struck for bullying a victim of a violent crime on YouTube?
Wow, good to know. Very good to know. This is Lexi's YouTube. This is her current YouTube name, Morbid Injustice, and she goes and tags Doug and she says, please watch and also join our Facebook group. Terry Horman is in our Kyron Horman group. She tags her group. You're a good creator, just a lot of misinformation told to you. Find out the facts with receipts. Kyron is still out there and we need help actually focusing on him. Thanks to the Norman Nick Show for doing this.
So I swear to God, after this live, I'm making a laughing video.
Right. And then, as we were looking into this, then, another screenshot coming here. This is anonymous participant. This is not Lexi. This is someone else back in October. So I don't know, 9 months ago, Doug Bishop, a search specialist and a cold case investigator, is considering going back to Portland, Oregon, and asked for a case that people would like to see him look into. I know Kyron's case is active, but he is a search specialist. Might be interesting to see if he would take a look at the case again. I saw the post on his Insta account, Doug Bishop. The post is the guy sitting in the black car pointing a weapon out his window. Go suggest Kyron and see if we can get him to take another look. This was a popular post in the group. Look, 24 people liked, 59 comments. This was a positive post in their group. And here's Lexi herself. Somebody takes a screenshot of Doug Bishop's Facebook asking, is this the one? Is this where we go? And then she even asked, what were we supposed to do with the information? Like, I know this is his Facebook, but then what? And then Lexi goes saying there was a post made asking which case he should look into in Oregon. So just go comment Kyron's case. So she's instructing people on this page. She's totally in agreement that it's a good idea. Go suggest Kyron's case. And but then once Desiree goes out and actually does the interview, now look at the change of tune. Hey, DY, you should really look into.
Don't forget to mention that was just back in October that they wanted to do. Like, it wasn't even very long ago that they were mentioning doing something on Doug Bishop and getting a hold of him for Kyron Horman stuff just a few months back.
And here she is now after Desiree did that interview. And she goes, you should really look into who you let interview you. Ha, 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 clap, clap, clap. We will be live soon. This is actually not funny at all. Disgusting. That's how I read it with all those extra G's at the end.
Do it. Disgusting.
But, you know, it's just a total change of pace because they were just giving him kudos in the live they did. And then somebody actually replies saying, all those laughing emojis make you look a wee bit hypocritical. And then she said, let me be that. We will share the live. I can't believe anybody would let this guy interview them. What's funny is the desperate enough for anyone to hear the lies. You don't even know the guy. And this is, well, you will see. So a total flip-flop. And you know what? I'm not going to sit here and say, before we go in and talk about this, and I'm just going to say that I have no idea. I've never deep dived into Doug Bishop's past. I know that he was associated with Adventures with a Purpose, and they had some, like the main owner of that had some bad stuff that happened.
Assaults on a 9-year-old girl.
Yes. So that's
13-year-old girl or something like that. Yeah.
They broke up after that. And then there was some more controversies around Doug Bishop. But my whole point is that nobody really knows unless they are really deep diving this. And how are they I mean, they were even just months ago saying to Doug Bishop, do Kyron's case. And then Doug Bishop does Kyron's case with Kyron's mom. And now they're blaming Kyron's mom for not knowing who Doug Bishop is. It's like, what?
And what I have to say about that is, who cares about Doug Bishop's past? Who cares who Doug Bishop is? What does any of that even have to do with Kyron? And the fact that Desiree Young reached out to somebody and did a YouTube video with somebody.
The big platform. It was purely a big platform to get Kyron's story information out there. And in fact, we call it an interview. Doug Bishop was really allowing Desiree to use his platform because it was mostly Desiree talking. About 95% of that was Desiree just speaking, and he was just there to listen and to use his platform to get the information out. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, but again, it's just showing the hypocrite that they are so flip-floppy. If it doesn't suit them, then they're gonna talk crap about it, they're gonna twist it, they're gonna make it look bad. And especially if it makes Terry look bad, then it really triggers them. And this video that we're about to go into is a little bit longer. It is the three of them actually talking now that they did the live talking about Desiree spreading misinformation. Now they're going to start talking about Doug Bishop and how he's this horrible person. And I just thought that some of this information, what they're saying, again, I put a big warning label on it. Take it with a tiniest grain of salt.
I sent you a message.
Okay, got it.
Touch in with Red Bull and coffee with morbid injustice, because we found out some more shit about Kyron Horman's case. Well, it isn't even the case. It's more shit reverberating from the case. And we thought we'd like to touch on it and kind of give our little giggles about the fuckery that keeps happening with the mom, the bio mom, who kind of has this little, I would call it a guilt factor with not being there for her son. And then after he disappeared, her need to project everything on the stepmother who was there the whole time.
that is annoying to hear because they totally discount the fact. I mean, Kyron was about to go spend 6 weeks straight with Desiree right after the summer was about, if he wouldn't have disappeared, he would have spent 6 weeks straight with Desiree. He was still really little, but they were co-parenting and she was there all the time. She was actively involved in Kyron's life. So the guilt factor is that she's a mom grieving her son that's been missing and she doesn't have closure over that. I mean, it's nothing to do with not being involved in Kyron's life and feeling guilty because Terry was. Like, that is just outrageous. But that's a big thing, again, that I read out in the wild, and there's no proof of that. We have proof completely of the opposite.
With that being said, let's give a shout out to my favorite guest here, Red Bull and Coffee. So with that being said, I did want to focus on the latest interview that Desiree Young did regarding Kyron Horman and her need to kind of project everything on Terry and the stepmother. And I know we kind of treaded over this before, but there were some things that we picked up on and we kind of wanted to share them with our audiences on my platform and on Morbid Injustice's platform. With that being said, this interview happened with a gentleman named Doug Bishop. Now, if you guys don't know who Doug Bishop is, there's a little bit of controversy surrounding him. Apparently, he is part of a channel called, what is it, like Adventure Time, or what's the name of the channel?
Adventures with Purpose.
Adventures with Purpose, sorry. You guys know the channel. They just recently broke up. Apparently, there's some internal conflict. The owner, Jared, of the channel is, turns out he may be a convicted pedophile. I believe he's in trial in regards to that now. I don't know what the verdict is. I'm gonna have to touch in with that a little bit later. I honestly don't care because I'm not hitting that side of the story.
I just want to point out that he sits here and says he honestly doesn't care if that guy is a convicted pedophile or not because it doesn't have to do with Doug. So I don't know. I thought that was funny that then they keep going on.
Just don't know nothing about nothing.
No, they just tie Doug into it
Barely
anyway.
even knew Kyron's name. He, in all of the videos and everything, the guy literally knows nothing about nothing. I don't know if it's because this is the information they shared with him and convinced him of it, or if he just doesn't want to do his own research. Because honestly, he does not know Kyron's case. He does not. He misspeaks and spreads so much misinformation, and they just kick back and watch him do it. They don't correct a damn thing.
Right. They just roll with it. Here we go.
The reason that we are touching base is because we want to kind of show something that we've been talking about on this channel in regards to like the law of attraction. And the reason why this guy and this woman are in the new, well, not this guy in particular, but this guy that you're seeing here, this is Doug Bishop. And this lady here is his wife. And back in November 27th of 2019, she was convicted of death cruelty to an animal. So in my
I'm just gonna pause right here and say that he says that they were convicted of that. I again have never deep dived into Doug Bishop's past one way or the other, but I will say that Doug Bishop has publicly said that they were found not guilty for these charges, so they were not convicted. So just FYI. Darn it, I did it again. I clicked it. Let me find where I was here.
You were further.
Kyron Horman.
Yeah, I think I was maybe right here.
It is. I'm gonna have to touch in with that a little bit later. I honestly don't care because I'm not hitting that side of the story. The 2019.
There we go.
She was convicted of death cruelty to an animal. So in my background on this, my question is going to be as far as like, content annuity or whatever. It's like, who is paying who? As far, did Desiree pay you to come on the show, or to interview, or did you pay her to, for the interview? That would probably be my biggest question.
Yeah. So that is a huge thing for him, and he says it all the time. That's like, as you can tell, he doesn't like it when women are like, when they get money, I guess it triggers him. And this thought that Desiree's using the fundraising money to live lavishly as he wants to believe in his own head, that's something he really is stuck on. So again, that's his qualm over this is who's paid who, when the reality is I doubt either one of them paid either one of them. But
Exactly.
I
I
digress.
bet you the only thing Doug's getting paid is what he gets paid by his monetization on YouTube and his likes and all that other kind of stuff or whatever. But yeah, I doubt that he made any extra money off of that interview at all.
Yep, me too.
Because Desiree has plenty of places and plenty of platforms and stuff where she could call up Kylie Boshi and say, I want to do an interview.
Exactly. That's what I
For
was thinking, the
free.
same
Like,
thing.
She doesn't need to pay anybody to reach out. She knows our platform is available to her anytime she needs it.
Yep. Well, and we're almost to the end of this video here.
I would like to know as well. I don't know, honestly. I wouldn't put it past either one of them. Like, I don't know who did it, but something happened there because it's been a couple years since the search, right? So
Right.
one way or another, they got a hold of each other. Something happened, and now, you know, all the lies are being put out again, and it's disgusting. I can't. I don't know. Coffee. What do you think?
I think that, you know, they look at it as together they can make these funds that, you know, both thrive off of.
Yeah. Hey, let's do this. We could both make some money instead of, you know, focusing on Kyron and actually trying to find him. So
the irony, man. How is this not focusing on Kyron and trying to find him? How is not sitting down for an interview with somebody that has a huge platform? I mean, this interview has been viewed now hundreds of thousands of times. How is that not helping Kyron? How is that not focusing on him?
Yeah, could one of the mods reach over to Doug Bitsup's channel and please share his channel in the comment section, please? And, you know, she said something. She's like, so what has it been? Like, Desiree hasn't done any searches for the last couple of years. Well, she doesn't need to. You want to know why? Because law enforcement is. Law enforcement has been searching for Kyron all year long. We know in an article in March of 2023 of searches that were going on, and we know current searches or over the last few months that have been going on because Desiree actually had released that information. She doesn't need to put out her own money and do searches right now because law enforcement's doing searches. And she already said a couple of years ago that she was doing those for, I mean, you can look back at her car wash videos from last year when she said that she was trying to earn money for her PI. So just because they don't know where her money is going, I mean, it's, the only way to put it is it's none of their fucking business.
Yeah, exactly. And I just want to we're so close to the end of this video, and I kept it in because you'll hear it your own self.
I don't want to get into it. I'll get into my rants and I'll start going off. So
I don't want to get too into it. I'll start going off on my rants. So I'm stopping there because that's exactly right. She just will go off and go off. And you've seen the post yourselves, the run-on post, the long posts. And I just want to segment into the fact that this, like I said, that flip-flop, right? I mean, that this is a constant, this is a totally normal behavior. This is not the first time they flip-flopped on people. There have been several times where people have teased that they're doing a Kyron episode, and Lexi's over here bragging that, oh my gosh, I've reached out to them, I've messaged them, they're going to look into my information, I'm so excited. And then whenever they don't, and they stick to the verified information, the information that is coming from Kyron's parents and law enforcement or news reports, they freak out. And they start getting super pissed at these creators. In fact, they've even threatened creators for it. It's like absolutely super bizarre. So not only that, but then they start getting, it's weird. It's all that deception. They want people to think that people care about what they have to say. So then they'll start, I say they, Lexi. This bottom one here says, so just like Lisa said the other day, we are working with a journalist, a newspaper, very excited. We had it brought up. This is a while ago. They joined the group and are really big. Anyone that thinks something else happened to Kyron, please comment below. Even if you are in the middle, what do you believe happened to him besides Terry did it? Everyone, we need this thread for the journalist. Thank you. Guess what? Never been a news article released that they've shared. Never been an interview released that they shared. And this says 7 hours ago, but this screenshot was taken in 2023, or it was a long time ago. Nothing has ever come from that.
Yeah, don't pay attention to the times on these screenshots. I'm sure
Yes.
that's a way she'll try to spin things. Oh, look, they tried to make it look like it was just a couple of hours ago. You know, we were actually wondering about a journalist and stuff because Maxine Bernstein from the Oregonian had joined their group. I called her myself this last week and she answered the phone and we had a very good conversation. She said she's not working with anybody over there in that group. She said, oh, I must have just stopped by the group or something. You know, if Terry Horman was there, that's probably why I stopped by. I mean, we had a really long, good conversation. It was like almost 5 or 6 minutes long. And yeah, I just kind of like beware, pretty much
Yeah,
warning
right.
her, like they spread a lot of misinformation. And she was glad that I had called and everything. And she wants me to get back to her through emails and give her like our YouTube channel and our Facebook group and stuff. And just, she was just really interested in the work we were doing. So yeah, we didn't know what journalist or reporter Lexi was talking about, but since Maxine had joined her group, I was just like, I wonder if Maxine would actually do that because she's written a lot
Yeah.
on Kyron's case. So I was just like, yeah. And I couldn't believe she answered the phone. I was so nervous.
That was awesome. Yeah, that was a good decision. That's super cool that she was able to. And you know what? I find that the case. I mean, Kyle Boshi has messaged me back when I had questions and thoughts and just asked his opinion. And I feel like just the local journalists in this area have been invested for so long that it does pique their interest and they
Yeah.
are willing to talk about it. And
Even Rebecca Morris has gotten back. She's the
yeah,
writer for the book Boy Missing that she does with Desiree Young. And she's written back to me on Facebook and with Kaylee before
right.
too.
Yep. Very kind and very appreciative that people like that are open to answer questions that we might have and help us further our research and get us closer to the right direction to find
Yep.
information. It's helpful. So this was 6 months ago. So I feel like I did screenshot this probably today. Morbid Injustice YouTube. This is on her community. Another baseless rumor that she wants to feel important. She says, I just got invited to cast in a movie by a famous true crime author and TV star. Holy shit. I am nervous AF and I don't know when I can talk more about it, but the movie sounds so bad. And then there's her special way of spelling badass, SSAA, spelling ass backwards. God is just throwing blessings at us. I've been asked to model before, never went through with it. I'm so honored this person and wife even asked me that I am willing to try. If any of our subs have modeled or played in any type of movies or plays, please drop some tips below. So, and she says, yes, coffee would be with me, of course. So, coffee and they, as far as I know, they've never met in person, but I just wanted to include this again because she's always doing this, always saying, we have so much behind the scenes. We're doing so many things, but nothing ever comes to fruition. Her page gets like 2 likes on it, 1 like on it, and half the time Terry is one of them.
Yep.
And then the last screenshot, I think, in this is just one more example, and this was the Crime Weekly, and you might have included this screenshot. But yeah, it's again, she's saying they will be podcasting about Kyron. I spoke to them through comments multiple times. And Derek responds through comments. I just saw an anonymous post and I think this is it, guys. Either way, any exposure for Kyron is good. Oh, really? Yeah, except if it's his own mother. Okay.
Right.
And then she says, people are finally seeing that the focus has been not on Kyron and needs to be. I feel so good that we can make any kind of difference where 2 huge creators that actually have made differences in cases have looked at our information and did their own research like 10 to Life instead of listening to just rumors. This is amazing. If it's not them, whoever it is. So it's just bizarre. They're hoping that they're hoping that Crime Weekly was gonna go and spread rumors, but they didn't. And then they flipped on them. Look at this amazing post. I mean, this is huge, giving all this kudos. And then after that, now if you talk about Crime Weekly or Stephanie Harlow in Lexi's group, she'll say she lost respect for them because of
And
this.
I will show you why. Let me just
Perfect.
throw it up since you
Perfect timing.
already put this up.
Yep.
Hold on one second. If you can take that one down, I'll find the Crime Weekly thread. She was so pissed off after Crime Weekly show. It was actually one of the very first time that I had ever talked to Kaylia was during the time that Crime Weekly did their 3 shows on Kyron, because Kaylia tagged me in the Facebook and said, "Oh my God, Samantha, did you see that Crime Weekly, Stephanie, used a couple of your videos in her thing?" Hold on one
Yeah.
second. I'll throw this up. This is just the same screenshot.
I think we should see it visually, especially for those who are watching on YouTube. I have a clip from a YouTube channel called Kyron Horman Case Revisited. I believe the woman who runs it is named Samantha, and she was able to get into the school. And for me, it helped to have that visual because I think that the hallway is.
I didn't get into the school. I looked through the windows of the school, and that first clip and screenshot was the one that she just went over where she's like praising herself. "Oh my God, I think this is it. I think this is finally it because I've gotten a hold of her so many times."
Like long enough where it's kind of weird.
Okay, and
so
we're gonna play that clip later
let's play
tonight.
that. Yeah, let's play it now. Why not?
Okay, play it now.
And then this here, Lexi, she tags Lisa Anderson and says, "I thought it was funny that he said the same thing I said. Those videos don't help at all." He actually said that this one video didn't really help him, but he was super glad that I had did it. And then you'll see what else he says in a minute.
I'm going to send you another video really quick, and I want you to watch it really quick.
Okay.
Okay.
We're gonna play it for everybody here right now.
Yeah. This is also from the Kyron Horman Case Revisited website or YouTube channel.
You guys definitely have to watch this. Even if you're not YouTube people, if you're really interested in this case, you got to go over to our YouTube video or the video that she just referred you to. Check this out because this adds a whole different dimension to it.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was so super cool to see Stephanie, because I love watching them use one of my clips. But this is Kaylia
yeah.
when we like first met. And she's like tagging me about it, and Heidi, who is our moderator now, she was still listening to it, and I'm just like, I was still listening, but I hadn't seen it yet because I had just started. So I was like so super stoked. Like,
Oh yeah,
are
that
you
is so
kidding me?
awesome. I mean, that
Right?
is huge. And it's funny because in the beginning of the video, like we said, Lexi said that Derek was saying it wasn't helpful, but you just heard it from his own mouth. He said,
Right.
if you aren't YouTube people, go and see it on YouTube because it's definitely helpful. And so it's just misconstruing the facts. And yeah, that is something to be proud of. Definitely, Samantha. When I saw that, I was blown away and I was like, that is so cool. I mean, how awesome. I mean, you were able to put things in a different perspective for people that were big people that were researching the case. You know, like those are people that spend time covering cases. That was just awesome.
Right? I thought so. Why is my... Hold on one second, people. Is this not plugged in? That is weird. My extension cord isn't working for my computer, and it's plugged in, and now it's telling me my computer's gonna die. Hold on, people. Technical difficulty. Hold up. Well, let me check and see if this is working. I'm not. Are you still there? You're mute, Kalia.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I'm going to let you go ahead and finish up your Mother's Day live that you were doing real quick while I figure out my battery thing. So I'm going to throw this up here and go grab another extension cord. So
Okay, perfect.
I think this was all that was in there. Let me check. Oh, that was just going over like
here we go.
It says,
Yeah.
I am friends with Stephanie. I just listened to the podcast and I have to say I am a little disappointed. And this is an anonymous. So if I take this down off of here, do you know what this pretty much says?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you can explain that in a second. That's just hers going on. And then Lexi says, I haven't listened to it all. Oh my God, I knew there was a possibility it wasn't them. But I wrote them the same amount of times as everyone else. I did hear a part where Derek said the video of the school was of no help. There she is trying to spin her lies and deflect off of the attention that I got. It was actually good attention. They were able to, use a video from something that I did up at the school. I'm going to remove this now and add your other one up, and then you can finish mentioning the person that said they knew.
Okay. So basically, after Stephanie Harlow and Derek did their Crime Weekly 3-part series on Kyron, as you can see, when they teased that they were going to cover Kyron, Lexi went and boasted that she thought they were going to take her information. But then when she realized they didn't, then that's when the anonymous post came. And all of a sudden, this anonymous post is saying that they are some other YouTuber that does a podcast with a person, like a partner podcast, just like Crime Weekly does. And that this person, this anonymous YouTuber, is friends with Stephanie, and they're disappointed in Stephanie's coverage. And don't worry, they're going to cover Kyron's case and do it even better. And again, it's almost been a year now. So if this YouTuber was real, where's the Kyron video? It never came out. And then the other part that makes this all wrong is that whoever this anonymous person was able to use the @everyone in the group, which is only available to admins. So that means whoever posted anonymously as this fake YouTuber, again, caught in a deception lie, they added everybody, meaning they had to have been an admin of the group, one of Lexi's fake profiles, or Garnett, or Norman. It was not a YouTuber. And we pointed that out. I mean, that was definitely pointed out in the Kyron Horman World Soldiers Facebook page and our group. We were saying, what the heck? This is deceptive. You guys are lying. And they never were truthful about it. And Lexi went on to say that she didn't know who the YouTuber was. She just has a feeling, even though, again, as admins of groups, you can see who posts anonymously. We are the only ones who are entitled to see that information. So it's all just deception. That's it. And now this is just kind of now we're kind of changing gears here. Sorry, my mic. We're changing directions. This thread is just kind of a short thread. It's going over screenshots where they actually are going to bully Desiree, how the self-proclaimed advocates treat the mother of the missing child they advocate for. Here's a meme that was shared by Norman and shared by Lexi on her Facebook. They write, "But she didn't raise him. Let's see why America loves the Kool-Aid." And she's saying, "I can't remember the last time I told the truth. My kidneys hurt. I can't believe that." They are totally antagonizing Desiree, and it's cruel. It's absolutely cruel.
Yeah, the
That-
cartoon character that they make for her there and everything is just absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, it's definitely disgusting and cruel. Here's another one pointing out some stuff. I wish I would have highlighted like you, but I didn't have that on my computer. But it says 14 years later, we're still in the same boat since June 4th, 2010, when Desiree Young and Tony Young decided themselves that Terry was guilty before they arrived to school. People see you, Desiree Young. Time to stop the BS. You have that power because, well, we all know what the mouthpieces will do if you say enough is enough. Just saying. Time for a change. Like Desiree isn't being honest. I mean, to me, it's so outrageous. They really want people to believe that Desiree's hatred for Desiree's hatred for Terry is stronger than Desiree's desire to find out what happened to Kyron. That there's nothing on this planet that can convince me of that, yet that they're so convinced. It's so bizarre. Just more talking crap about, these ones go kind of fast. See, more, can we just talk about, you did do this one here. We'd have some duplicates. Here's a live debunking the misinformation, Desiree and Kane's divorce information. And they go through and are basically saying that they're trying to say that the divorce documents discredit the book. That's what they say. They want to say that the book is so wrong, yet there's only one piece of information even pertaining to the divorce documents in the book. So how does that discredit the whole entire book? Yeah, we'll just let these kind of play. If you really, really want to know what they're saying, feel free to pause and read, but these are all talking crap about Desiree.
It's so bad.
Yep.
There's so many.
Mm-hmm. They use that monkey picture all the time for them too. It's just disgusting. But yeah, that's it. Actually, I kind of combined mine together, so those are the only two I have now. The rest is up to you.
Okie dokie. Well, moving right along, since something's going, I don't know. I mean, I have my computer plugged in, but I mean, I've had it plugged in all day, so it's weird. I don't know what happened, but I've got like almost an hour left, so we're gonna beat feet through it all. This is Lexi saying that she is down in California passing out flyers for Kyron when she actually was not. So Target actually allowing Kyron flyers to be hung up. She's saying she's in Sacramento, letting us hang flyers. Then she is saying here, this is a fake account that she actually made to hang up flyers like yesterday. Please let us know. We will be leaving at 12 p.m., then taking a trip to San Diego, California. Next week, we are going to Longview, Washington. Now, she's never shown any picture or video of her ever hanging flyers, just an FYI, but we do know that on Facebook, you can set your location. So she's setting her location on her Facebook or her telephone to make it look like she's in California when she's not. Longview, here we come. San Diego today, and then somebody mentions up above, if you were going to Longview, Washington, you might want to stop by Skyline Elementary School and see it in person. And we all know that if she would have been in the area, she would have, stopped by Skyline School to take pictures and stuff, because she can't find anybody to do it for her.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is her buddy, Kristen Kelly, who is always covering up Lexi's lies. We do know, though, that she is a real person and it's not a fake profile. And she says she lives in Cali and I live in Oregon. And she drives up to my city and we hang up flyers. And then she just goes on. And it's like, no, they don't. Why are they lying about hanging flyers? It's ridiculous. Like, you're not hanging flyers. This is Sally Gray. We know this is a fake profile. We know this is Lexi.
You want to know something? I just want to. This is the second Sally Gray profile because she must have forgotten the password on the first one and couldn't get access back into it. So she had to create a second Sally Gray profile. And if you go to her group, there are 2 Sally Gray profiles because of this, because she couldn't get access to the original one.
And then she comes up here just giving pats on the back like she does all of her fake profiles, an anonymous post, they pat on her back. The group has grown so much since the last time I logged into Facebook. Yeah, because obviously, because of what you just said, Selena and I have hung flyers all around California, and I'm hoping we can get back to that together. I never realized how important these flyers are until I joined this group. Again, until I joined this group, and this is an amazing group, and everybody here is amazing, blah, 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 and your information is correct, and everybody else's isn't. That's pretty much what this all says. Doubt Justice, another one of her fake profiles. Look, I'm a family friend. She's having to explain herself because everybody knows this is Doubt Justice. The profile picture is from the Doubt whatever YouTube group that she was gonna, or channel she was going to start. It says, look, I'm a family member. First people said I was Selena Gons, but now I am Terry. Who will I be next? I can't make any of this up. And who does that sound like? Terry on Dr. Phil, where she goes, I'm not making this up, or how can you make that up? And Dr. Phil goes, yes, you can. Well, yes, you can, Lexi. I know why Selena and Garnet say they make them feel crazy. People make them feel crazy. Obviously, this is a fake account. No one will see updates. To the trolls in the back from my cruise, better watch out. You can say what you want about me. It shows you just see, and then that's her with her gangster style. It just shows you just be talking out of your, here it is, SSA. Remember what Kaylia was saying earlier, that she spells ass backwards? Well, that's how we know that this is her, and it's because of her
her autocorrect. If it's not, then if it's not autocorrect, then she's actually typing it this way. But yeah, it's definitely Lexi's the only one who does it, and their entire.
And here is Selena Gons, which is Lexi, and there's her SSA. Again, you guys, just like last year, Kane's girlfriend said, don't believe the misinformation. We just used that one to just show everybody the SSA. Here she is again, using the word harassment with, what do you call it? Her phone's what?
Autocorrect.
Her autocorrect, and the way that this harassment is spelled. That is her Sarah Roswell account that she has on there, spewing all kinds of stuff. That's how it is on her phone, the harassment with all of the capitals. And then Sarah Roswell, thank you so much for letting me join. I recently left World Soldiers page after 15 years of friendship with Stacy. I am done. I changed my profile because she threatened to post me everywhere on her group. Really? She changed her profile because it wasn't even a real profile. And then Justice for Our Kids, which is Lexi. Oh my God, thank you so much for coming. Why did you have to change your profile? Duh. I mean, it's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing.
It is so embarrassing.
Samantha and I were like, this is kind of embarrassing to have to go over all this. It's like, it's just, but you know what? It's more embarrassing to be Lisa, Garnet, Kristen, or anyone else, or Terry, for goodness sakes, Norman. I would be way more embarrassed to be those people standing next to Lexi's side. Group. Yes,
I'm embarrassed that I ever even knew her. Like, I'm still embarrassed. Here was the straw that broke the camel's back, because we knew for sure she wasn't in California when she posted this picture. See the pandas? Those are the pandas at the zoo that she said she took her kids to in California. Well, look at the walls. Look at this panda at the Atlanta, Georgia Zoo. She doesn't live in Atlanta. I am not doxing anybody, but she does
doesn't
live
live
in
in, yeah, she does not live in California. And
Yeah.
and we have plenty of actual proof of that too that doesn't involve her own public record. But we're not going to include all of that. It's just, it is what it is. But for whatever reason, she wants to deceive people. It's just another layer of the deception that we don't understand.
Right. And why did anybody want to lie about going up and down the West Coast to hang up flyers for Kyron? Why don't you just print them out and hang them up? They say that they're looking, you know, they're constantly trying to spew this. They're looking for them every, you know, they're looking for Kyron everywhere. They're looking for him overseas, hang flyers everywhere, but she doesn't hang any flyers.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about this Kristen Kelly earlier, that here's Kristen Kelly. She is on, go ahead, Kaylee, you describe this. It's ID Discovery Channel's Facebook.
Right. So we have some mutual groups that we are in with each other. And before I blocked Kristen, I saw her post this on a post somebody else had posted about Kyron in a missing person page. And Kristen goes and tags their group and says, come join the page for Kyron. The cops, FBI, Terry Horman, James, her son, the lawyers, and some of the teachers at Skyline are a part of it. We are trying to get to the bottom of his disappearance. Come ask questions, learn more about the day and more. Terry speaks about Kyron and even shares special things. Come in, you're welcome no matter what your opinion is. And I immediately replied saying, you're a liar. I said, that's a lie and you know it. Stop lending that group deceptive credibility. Y'all's morals are below the ground. You know, you can search who the group members are, right? James isn't active in that group whatsoever. There are no teachers from Skyline or any relevant attorneys to Kyron's case either. Just more lies spouted out by you. And for what? It's disgusting. I always say that to them because that's Lexi's thing. You want to call us...
Just a back and forth after that, you know, she's still trying to spew it and she just keeps spewing it and spewing it. I mean,
like I said, I would respect these people a little bit if they were like, oh, I thought they were in the group, my bad. But no, instead they just continue to lie and they accuse us of being liars. So then I tried catching Kristen in a lie because I know Lexi doesn't live in Oregon, and I know Kristen lives in Oregon, and I know Lexi has said that her and Kristen have hung flyers together. So I wanted to see, would Kristen lie to me for Lexi? So I asked her, and that's when Kristen told me Lexi drives up to Cali, or Lexi lives in Cali and I live in Oregon, and she drives up to my city and we hang flyers. And what's that got to do with anything? She's never said she lives in Oregon, if that's what you're trying to get to. And I said, Kristen, stop lying right now. You know that's a lie. Lexi's comment said that y'all lived by each other, not visiting. I just checked. And that's true. I mean, Lexi said that they lived by each other. It said we've met up how many times, because she was trying to tag Kristen and use Kristen to give her deceptive credibility. And instead of being truthful about any of this, they just lie for each other. And it's just beyond me. I could never stand by anybody that acted that way. Never.
It's crazy.
It is crazy. I mean, this goes way deeper than internet drama, right? I mean, these people will go to great lengths to trick people.
Yeah, I mean, and there's so much too that we'll go over that has to do with what they're saying about Kyron's case that is actually crazy, that they want to spin, that's actually harming his case. I'm hoping this whole battery thing doesn't end up shutting down. If it does, people, that's why. And we will have to come back for part 2, but it won't be tonight because Kaylia is leaving to go out of town for a week. So I just want to let everybody know. This is the stuff I have about Stacy Green that was in their group, their Stacy Green group that they made about her. Let me get to it. Stacey Green is the advocate for Kyron Horman World Soldiers. They made a group specifically for her so they could just talk and bash about everything. But someone literally says, shoot it. And it was the Kristen girl that we're sitting here already talking about.
Yeah, I forgot
This is
about
the
that.
page. And then this is Christine Kelly. Oh my, gross. Shoot it.
Yeah. Yikes.
And they took that down after they got in trouble by a bunch of people saying, like, why would you keep that up? And then these are just a bunch of comments where she says, gross, shoot it. But they're literally talking about that. And what really is messed up is that there was an actual murder for hire against Stacey Green done by Terry Horman trying to, well, not done, but she tried to get somebody to do a murder for hire.
Mm-hmm.
And then we've got this bumper sticker thing where Kyron Horman World Soldiers was actually trying to do something really good and is still doing it. I've even received bumper stickers. Let me find it real quick. She's passing out bumper stickers, mailing them out. She's got people, sending her money for stamps to be able to send out these bumper stickers. And these bumper stickers were made to be passed out and were made by somebody.
Donated. They were made by a volunteer
Yep.
and donated, so they were no cost to Stacey, and it was no cost to Desiree. And
this will go by super fast. Pause.
And
Sorry.
yeah, Lexi wanted to let people believe that this is where the fundraising money is going.
Yeah, she says this is what they spend people's money on instead of this PI. That isn't for Kyron. We found out it's to try and sue Terry again, is what they're trying to spew when that's never been mentioned. So misleading people, telling them that the PI is to help find Kyron. It's not really for that. Then they spend money on bumper stickers. Well, they didn't spend money from bumper sticker. And this is, isn't that harassment? Because the bumper stickers have Terry's face on it. And Terry Horman says it will be the same result as the flyers were a bunch of hype people, ooh and ah, for the clout. Then the same clown's car, just different clowns. I mean, how could you even talk like that? And then this person is saying that this is false information. These were donated by somebody in the group who makes them. She showed the information, and it says right here, oh, and by the way, these bumper stickers have been 100% donated to Fight for Kyron. No donations from the car wash or any other event went for paying for these. They are 100% donation. And then it says postage has also been donated to the group. So it's completely debunked, yet the information still sitting up. Yeah. I mean, again, why are they worried? I mean, because they're Terry Horman haters, of course they don't want anything with Terry's face on it. But to spin the narrative that they are saying that their fundraising money is so Terry or so Desiree can take Terry back to court again and sue her.
Yeah, right.
It's ridiculous. This one is just some misleading information about Kyron, what time Kyron left the school. And this is the information that damages Kyron's case. This is the information where people are like, wait a minute, I thought Kyron left between 8:45 and 8:50 and was seen with Terry. And then they spin this narrative that, no, it wasn't. It was between 9:05 and 9:20. And Terry says, last person to see him. Oops, sorry. Gotta back up. These are rolling by fast. Sometime after Terry left the school with the daughter in tow, she was captured on a store video prior to Kyron's exit from Skyline School between 9:05 and 9:20 a.m. No, that is not true. Terry, last person to see him, you do well to read court documents and research verified facts rather than absorb biased information because it's easier. Well, they need to do their research.
I was going to say that comment needs to be directed right at Lexi. My goodness.
Terry, I'm on video elsewhere when he's seen it, but the school. But he's not. Because even this right here is Jason Gates saying that Terry was the last known person to have seen Kyron before he disappeared. And it even says that Multnomah County Sheriff's Captain Jason Gates says on the contrary to prior reports of, I can't read that, of someone else who might have seen the boy afterwards. And that's because there were some children, mind you, up at the school that said they saw Kyron at certain times. Well, they found information, however they found it, because they're investigators, that's their jobs, that's what they do. They found the information. They were able to determine that Kyron left the school between 8:45 and 8:50, plus the bus driver and other witnesses saw him leave with Terry. And then they're still trying to spin this narrative that she's a Terry. This is a clip from the investigator
associated with the case because she was, the last person to see Kyron.
And there you have it. Last person to see Kyron. Katie Sermal, I actually believe is a fake profile. I'm not sure if I can prove it. So if Terry's shown up earlier than others, why is there other people in the background also? If Terry removed Kyron from the group, why is there a man and a student not in the group earlier? Which, when I found this, I was like, oh my God, this is awesome because this totally backfires on them. The reason there's people in the background is because the picture's taken at 8:45 a.m., not at 8:15, like they try to spew. Exactly. That's why people are there. So I'm answering your question, Miss Katie Sermal, or whatever your name is.
Yes, Terry lies to you, and Terry lies to everybody. That's why there are people in this background, because the picture was taken much later than any of us ever thought.
And then that is the bus driver did not see them leave. In the book, it says they saw Kyron and Terry outside. That is way different. Either way, the bus driver saw Terry and Kyron either going back to get Kyron's book bag. These witnesses' statements do not prove that Terry and Kyron left the school together. That is not the case, because Terry is the one who spews right here on Blink on Crime, spewing the fact that Terry herself says that she goes back and has to go back to the vehicle to get, okay, Terry Horman arrives at 8:15 in the morning with Kyron. They walk up to the school. They get to the school. Terry says they had to turn back around and go get the backpack and Kyron's coat. And then they walk back in.
Yes, it was specified that this happened before they ever stepped foot inside the building at any point. They walked up to the door, turned back around before ever stepping foot inside the door, got the backpack, and then went back in. But that now is different from what Terry says today.
Yes, and they're trying to say that this bus driver must have saw them when they went back in. Well, the thing is that the buses don't even get there until after 8:30. At 8:35, they leave at 8:45 to 8:50, and there's no way it took them almost 15 to 20 minutes to walk back to the car and back up to the school. It's just them spinning the narrative, spinning information to fit their narrative. Kyron was at the school, was seen at the school after Terry left. That was according to children in the very beginning. That has changed. That is not what law enforcement says now. Witnesses' statements and other crucial facts were dismissed in favor of the stepmother narrative that police have been pushing since they were notified. So now they want to accuse the police of pretty much, retracting, even though that it's true. Witnesses' statements show her to be sincerely affectionate, caring, and the primary caregiver, when we have actually shown proof on our YouTube channel that she was anything but caring and loving to both James or Kyron. Police had witnesses who saw Kyron after Terry had left. He had witnesses who would testify that Terry Horman was not the last person to have seen Kyron the day he disappeared. Kyron's second grade teacher, Miss Porter, kindergarten first grade teacher, Esther Matthews, and school secretary Susan Hall. But in this new clip that I found, says that Miss Porter was one of the last teachers to have seen Kyron with his stepmother, and these say that they believed that Kyron left with Kyron. Stepmom left with Kyron. So here, and this information is coming out June 7th, 2010. So for them to still be spewing this information, and that was Brooke spewing that information. A recent source, trust me, the source is really reliable, says Justice for Our Kids, which is Blink on Crime. Here she goes with the blogger that we all know is not reliable. A lot of the times we can verify
what she says, but everybody makes mistakes.
Why is it saying that my stuff is not plugged in when it is? Come on now.
Maybe your outlet went bad or something. You need to
Hold
flip
on
a
1
breaker.
second. You can read that. Hold on.
We can verify what she says, but everybody makes mistakes, and we have never mentioned what her sources said, but Kyron not being in a group. We don't know who the source was. I've spoken to Blink before, and I'm sure after hearing this information, I could get her source info or explanation. The trustworthy source said Kyron was in his group with a chaperone, so Tanner's statement was true. It goes along with witnesses like Tyler. All their statements fit together and make sense. These witnesses had no reason to lie. It wasn't because they were young. They simply told the truth. The children were in different grades and didn't know each other, so it's unlikely they would conspire to create a huge story just to confuse investigators. Again, this is why it's important to show you guys how deceptive and how okay with lying these people are, because how can you trust what they're saying? I mean, I can't trust this for anything. I don't trust it at all. That I don't trust that she's spoken with Blink on Crime, and I don't trust that a reliable source confirmed anything to them. Sorry. And also, Blink on Crime would have told her, because Terry told Blink on Crime that Kyron was never put into a group. I've read that from Blink on Crime's own words. So again, it's just bizarre. But yeah, I could go on and on about the child witnesses and all that. They really are conflicting, and I think that we might do a live talking about the child witnesses statements one day. You know, it's something that interests us. So Desiree said
for my computer that might be going bad, because I'm sitting here trying to plug everything in. We're trying one more cord. Don't plug it in over there, babe. Plug it in down by your chair, because it's telling me I only have 6%. This Desiree Young thread right here, she confirms that Terry between 8:15 and 8:45 then left, walking out the doors with you 8:45, 8:15, as noted by several eyewitnesses. You told Miss Porter you were taking him to a doctor's appointment and that you would be back at school by 11 a.m. to participate in the talent show with his friend. So
did you get it to work?
I'm still trying while I'm talking.
Multitasking.
I am.
If we end up having to do a part 2, I won't complain.
It's charging, everybody.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
Oh, wait. Hold on. It's going back and forth. What is that? Okay, let's get this in. And now it's charging. It was either I have to be still or something. I don't know. What the heck?
Maybe it is your charger.
Well, it says it's charging. Woohoo! Anyway, but yeah, here you have his mom who is privy to the information that, you know, sorry, I got nervous about my computer, that is privileged to the information saying that there were witnesses that seen this and they're still disputing it. So it's just lots of spread in, you know, misinformation in their group that is harming Kyron's case. See, Kyron, after Terry left, again, they're spewing about the teachers. Would his teacher mark him absent? Why would she place a call saying that he left the book bag? Or why wouldn't she? The teacher states she thought his appointment was that day, but she had never given back the papers. There were no papers, but we'll get to that. Teacher stated that Kyron was probably in the bathroom, something he apparently would often go off unaccounted or unannounced to do. So again, why mark him absent? Check the bathroom. Well, Terry is the only one. Did I not add the doctor's appointments thing? Oh, I'm so mad. Oh, well, I put that one on the wrong one. So now we're going into the doctor's appointments. But they're saying something about where's the paperwork? You know, they're spinning this narrative that Kyron was last seen. Why wasn't the teacher? Well, the teacher thought he had an appointment. That's why he was marked absent at 10 a.m. Now we're going to go into doctor's appointment information that they spread. That was just part of it. This is, Kane did know about the doctor's appointment. Kane did not know about the doctor's appointment. All he says, Kane says, Terry had been focused on Kyron's spaciness. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary, he says. I wasn't concerned about it at all. Kane says Terry was the last one who was pushing Kyron to a doctor to be checked out. Pushing him. Didn't say that he knew anything about it. Kane attributed the staring spells to sleep deprivation because weeks leading up to this, Kitty had an earache. The baby was crying all the time, keeping everybody up in the house. And the Kyron's bedroom was actually next to Kiara's bedroom. So nobody was getting any sleep because of a fussy baby. And then he says there was some discussion about an appointment, but it was unknown exactly when the appointment was scheduled, so we cannot comment for certain. He's basically saying, like, they talked about an appointment, but he didn't know if there was one. He didn't know whatever, but we have Desiree Young herself, and we'll get to that, that says that there wasn't one. Someone could have been grooming or abusing Kyron. Doctor's appointments coming up. They're talking about the doctor's appointments again. Terry and Kane noticing weird behavior, even though Kane just got done saying he didn't notice anything, but maybe he was too sleepy. Still spinning this narrative. Curtis H's mom claims her son knew that Kyron had a doctor's appointment that day. Well, how do we know he didn't misunderstand what day it was and that it was actually the following week? And Terry says, interesting, since I hadn't even told Kyron about his appointment for the following week yet. Desiree, there was never a doctor's appointment. She made the entire thing up. We've gone over this one over and over again. We knew the first night he went missing when I gave consent to get Kyron's doctor's records. So then when she was questioned, she said it was the following week to try to cause confusion and appear legitimate. But the truth is Kane Tony and I never saw anything wrong with Kyron, and it was all just a smokescreen to further confuse people so they didn't look at Terry for this. Like maybe he would have walked out of the school on his own. It's all baloney. And then she is responding to Lisa Anderson, the group expert in Lexi's group. She says, just for clarification, there was a doctor's appointment the following week. Was there a doctor's appointment the following week? And did Miss Porter have papers that the doctor's office needed to fill out? She says, no doctor's appointment, no paperwork. So Lisa, in the group, has heard it for herself from Desiree Young that there was no doctor's appointment and that there was no paperwork for Miss Porter to fill out, and yet they still talk about the paperwork and they still spin the narrative about the doctor's appointment existing. How the hell do you do that, Lisa? How do you hear from the word of a mother's mouth the information you're seeking and she answers it? Why even ask her the damn question if you're still going to go out and spew the lies?
Yep.
Afterwards.
Yep. And, you know, we mentioned that Lisa loves Blink on Crime. Well, Blink on Crime even says that Kane did not know about the supposed doctor's appointment until June 6th or 7th. So couple of days later, that's when it's coming out, apparently. And I don't know how that even makes sense, but there's no proof. That's, you know, one of the things that lady that was she was commenting and she was trying to argue with me over facts of the case. And one of them was that the doctor's appointment has been confirmed 100% and Desiree's wrong. And I'm like, well, I used these screenshots. And then she said, I don't care what Desiree says. She's wrong. That the doctor's appointment has been confirmed. So finally I said, well, then you're making the claim. The burden of proof falls on you. Where's your proof? And then that's when she quit responding to me, because then she was backed in a corner and could not provide any proof. She's just spewing what she's reading from this group that does nothing to actually stop the harmful spread of misinformation. And yeah, I'm talking to you, Lisa. I am talking straight to you, Lisa.
Yeah, I don't understand. She sits there and gets her answer from Desiree and then still goes on. Here's the anonymous participant paperwork never given to teacher for the next week appointment. No appointment for the next week. No paperwork. Desiree confirms it. And then here's another thing with the doctor's appointment. This woman is named Alice in the book. We all know who it is, but we're not going to dox her in case she doesn't want people to know. But Terry and her were friends, and they were expected from Alice. So Alice comes over to the house to give some help. As she was putting the groceries in the kitchen, Terry moved close to her. And this is from the book Boy Missing. Come to the laundry room with me, Terry says. She whispered, I want to talk to you. Terry led the way downstairs, passing a detective who was assigned to watch everyone in the house. Down the stairs, Terry stood a little too close to Alice and spoke under her breath. I want you to tell Kane and the police that Kyron has a doctor's appointment next week. She's asking this woman to tell. And she says, I don't know anything about that, Terry. Alice tried to explain. Terry kept right on talking. It's to check out his, what does she call this? Petite mal syndrome?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, petite mal syndrome, Terry told her. Kane didn't think he has it, but I do. I want him to be tested. It was the first Alice had heard of this, and she was skeptical. She saw Kyron as often as 5 days a week. She did not believe he had a form of epilepsy, and she was uncomfortable with Terry telling her what to say to Kane and the police. Well, Alice managed to say, I've never seen any sign of seizures. I can't lie, Terry. Alice didn't know that Miss Porter had been led to believe that Kyron's doctor's appointment was the following Friday. he had gone missing. Allison was being, or Alice, sorry, I have a daughter named Allison. Alice was being asked to confirm Terry's claim that Kyron's appointment was June 11th, not June 4th. Alice was uncomfortable. As they walked back upstairs, Terry spoke up loudly for the benefit of the nearby detective. Kyron has a doctor's appointment coming up. If the teacher hadn't mixed up the dates, maybe someone would have realized Kyron was not at school. Terry was creating a scenario whereby she was absolved of anything to do with his school day. So if that doesn't tell you anything right there, I mean, she is pulling this woman downstairs where nobody can hear the conversation and literally asking her to say, please tell Kane and the police that you knew about the appointment, which also verifies that Kane had no idea about the appointment, because why would she have her confirm to Kane too about this appointment if Kane had already known about the appointment?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
This is really very, I mean, you guys don't know who this person is. We do. But the fact remains is this woman is very credible. So.
Yes, and I would just like to point out that she's good friends with Desiree, and she helped contribute to the book. That this information is coming from her, and so she's a credible source. She's friends with Desiree. She contributed to the book, and I want to point that out because the other group tries to use this same person to their point, even though this person supports Desiree wholeheartedly and thus, in my opinion, stands by Desiree's point of view that Terry did this.
Yeah, she's even in our group. She's not in theirs. She's in ours.
Yes.
If she supported them in any way, shape, or form, or believed anything that they were saying, she'd be over there.
That's true. That's my opinion as well. Mm-hmm.
Now, we're going to go into this anonymous neighbor. This anonymous neighbor has a fake profile. This fake profile, they literally create this anonymous neighbor profile to spin the narrative that Kyron Horman's last picture taken by Terry herself, she gets at the school at 8:15, hardly anybody's there. Right before she leaves the school, she takes that last picture of Kyron seen in his CSI shirt, okay? They create this anonymous neighbor to come up with this narrative that Terry Horman's, hold on, that Terry Horman's computer was off by 2 hours and that they knew it for sure. They are creating a fake person, you guys, to come up with a fake idea, a fake. How would you explain this, Kalia? I mean, because it's all so fake.
It's fabricating evidence, in my opinion. It's literally fabricating details of the case, literally, to defend Terry and give them credibility, all in the name of misleading and deceiving people.
Yaya's World says that she thought that the CSI shirt was weird. So many people think that. I also am one of them. I think it's really weird. Here at the beginning, you see bio parent. The only people that say bio parent are the people that are in that group that spin these narratives. And this says that Terry did unload pictures at 1:21 p.m. June 4, 2010. The amount of ridiculous rumors being made, the people that were not even around or knew a lot about the case at the time is ridiculous. Terry's computer at the time, Ellie confirmed, was an hour off. Terry's alibi has been confirmed. She has had no alibi. Guarantee you she hasn't. Because if she had an alibi, law enforcement would not even be looking into her as the main focus. Not at all. She has no alibi. The recall has been confirmed during a recall for the police to say that it doesn't mean stores are low in stock, because they're still spinning the narrative that Terry couldn't find the medicine that she needed for the baby. That shows how much they want to try to be right. Several people have came out and said they had a hard time finding the medicine as well. And if you are one of those people that do not use off-brand things, then you would know the links we go through to get the real things. Terry is not a suspect. And then wants to go into the credibility of the book. And then the group has been the only group, or this group, here again, an anonymous whoever, giving them a pat on the back. This group has been the only group I have seen that has came out with facts. This group is the only one I have seen that allow different opinions. They don't. Because you have a different opinion other than Terry didn't do it, you were out of there. You were blocked. You were gone. Just because they come back with facts, if you were wrong, you still get to have your opinion. What I see is 3 groups that have Kyron's name in them. 2 of those should not. It's an embarrassment, a shame. Talking about me, world soldiers. And again, spinning this this fake. This is so fake, you guys. The group I see fighting for Kyron, I see them pleading for the public to focus on Kyron, innocent people, blah, blah, blah. Here is the anonymous neighbor with 0 likes, 0 followers. It was a brand new when it went up. How they even thought anybody was going to believe their BS here is just ridiculous.
Do you have this screenshot of that we talked about earlier about living next door to Desiree?
What do you mean living next door to Desiree?
What you're talking about. Let me put something up for you. Will you
hold on one second? After this, I just want to show, because this person is saying, are you talking about the video clip?
No, it's not a video. It's a screenshot of the anonymous neighbor talking about living next door to Desiree. And Desiree being parenting Quinn and Kyron.
Okay. As soon as I debunk what this woman just said about her computer being off by an hour and that law enforcement does not have the right time, I have... Hold on one second. Because now that I have unloaded everything in StreamYard, I now have to go to my computer and pull it up and throw it up. This is what Desiree Young says about the time.
I think that he made it to school that day. What is your working theory on that? Because I know that some people thought that maybe the picture had been taken before.
Nope, I know for sure, 100%. The picture was taken in the school. It's GPS. It's confirmed. It's verified. We know exactly what time she took the picture, where she was at, and it's confirmed with technology. So she was in the school at 8:45 taking that photo of Kyron in front of his exhibit. I know that she left the school. She left with Kyron. And we have eyewitnesses that place them outside the school en route to the truck. It's from that point where it gets unknown.
Yeah, because she doesn't have an alibi for the rest of her day. No one's seen her after that. She's only seen on camera footage at both of the Fred Meyers that she went to. We know that she went to the dry cleaners that day. We know then she went and did a bunch of running around after she turned off her phone, after she went by and picked up Dee Dee Spicer. Her phone pings again off of Highway 30. And then no one knows where she is for the rest of the day until she's seen on footage at the gym. And then I think this is the information you're wanting to throw up about the anonymous. Is that it?
Yes, it's about the anonymous.
Okay, I'm putting it up right now.
So this is a screenshot that's in here. So I'm just gonna go through this. I already put it up and kind of let it play. But this screenshot I want to talk about, I know I put in here.
Okay.
Here we go. Anonymous neighbor says, nobody even knows how Q and K were raised in Desiree's care. Those poor kids. The truth will be told soon. Too bad CPS records are not available. And then
wow.
Alexis or Alexi or whatever, she replies, I can't even imagine. from what I've heard, I just don't understand. Was it because she was a young mother? But even young mothers like myself do better than that. Can't use that excuse. It's insane how much is not told. Why? Meanwhile, like we started at the beginning of this video, we stand against anybody accusing Lexi of being a bad parent or calling or threatening to call CPS on her for her parenting, because nobody knows the kind of parent Lexi is. And here she is using her fake profile to make Desiree look like she has a CPS record with Q with her sons, which is
And a perfect example of her having a conversation with her damn self.
Yes, it's a perfect example of that. A perfect example of how hypocritical she is, how she doesn't give a crap.
Manipulative.
Yes, and then Terry stands next to these people. Terry allows this behavior. This is the group of people that Terry chooses to befriend and become the advocates for her and Kyron for some reason. And it just pisses me off. I wanted to make sure that while we're talking about the anonymous neighbor, we don't forget about this. Because, right, Lexi, I mean, you want to go apologize for this? We have screenshots of your parents telling you to choose your kids over alcohol and drinking. So don't talk to us about being a young parent. We don't know the kind of parents people are unless we are there to see with our own two eyes. So I hope you apologize to Desiree if you listen even this far into the video. This is just appalling to me, especially after how triggered you get over people talking about your kids and calling CPS on you.
Yeah, and Zane Lily makes a perfect. I love this. She says, "How would any neighbor know what law enforcement removed from the house, or what they did with it, or what they found? Horman house is completely secluded from neighbor view, too."
Right? Exactly.
Exactly.
And then this
And
person
she
goes
says
on
they
to
blocked me from saying the rumor that Kyron's teacher gave this strange man permission to take Kyron out of the school sounded far-fetched. I didn't even say anything about Terry.
It is super far-fetched. But I'd also like to point out that this
Chuck.
anonymous neighbor says that they saw this, right? They saw this, and you make a great point about Kane's doesn't live in the suburbs. It's not like his neighbors can really see what's going on. He lives on 5 acres of property up a hill. You can't see his house even from the driveway down at the bottom. And the anonymous neighbor then says that they live next to Desiree. But Desiree's house isn't the one where police are spending all their time and confiscating evidence and anything like that. So it's a total contradiction. It's a lie. It's despicable. It's disturbing.
Yep. And Chuck, just to answer your question, I haven't contacted her about this. We did do a show the day before Kyron's 14th year missing date, but she is in our group, and all this information is going to go into our group. And I'm sure if she wants to do a live on it, she will contact me about it. And she knows I will go on any panel to talk about Kyron because it puts awareness out there. Doesn't matter where it is or what it is. And then this is some information from the book. This I just thought was absolutely insane. Oh my gosh, because the Kristen, the one that will lie about anything, her post here is just crazy. But justice for our kids. This is Lexi here. She gets on a book review on Amazon and leaves a book review. This book is filled with misinformation. I am disgusted because that's her favorite word. What I have learned from Facebook group Kyron Horman Investigative News on because she has to say her name of her group. Terry Horman is in our group. And speaking, the group ordered court documents and proves this book is false. No one else took part in the book but Bio Mom, and it's her story, not facts. And that's just not true. And here's her friend, Miss Kristen Kelly. Desiree Young put in her book that she has daydreamed of kidnapping Kyron and making it look like Terry did it all, just like... oh my God, I can't.
It's hard to finish
Kidnapping
because
Kyron
it's so
and
fake.
making it... Yes. Let me reread this, okay? Because I had to stutter a little bit. Desiree Young put in her book that she has daydreamed of kidnapping Kyron and making it look like Terry did it all just like it happened. Kind of ironic, don't you think? I've read the book. Kaylee has read the book. Y'all can read the book. I've got the book. I even tried to search in there.
It's
I
fake.
didn't really need to search. It's
I mean,
so
we
fake.
had
This
this,
is
we
the
had a little back and forth with our groups because we immediately called this out and said, this is fake. This is a lie, not true. And then they were like, well,
Yeah.
maybe. I know I've seen it somewhere, but they never ever posted proof.
Right. One of the people in their group says, I have the book. Will you please let me know what page this is on? And Selena Lexi can tell us the page. Can't, because she has to
Look for other people.
tag other people to find the information, which is something Lexi does all the time. Even in her live shows, she'll be talking and she doesn't know about something. Garnet, do you know? Norman, do you know? You always have her tagging people. Do you know this? Do you know this? Because she's done absolutely no research in Kyron's case that I really know of or can prove. She's always writing the coattail of other people's information. All of the information that's getting posted in her group right now, she's copying and pasting from either news articles or other people's posts. She used to come in and steal my information from my group until I took the information out and put it in my own personal Facebook group to just have it there as like information, all my case studies. She posts all of Brooke's and Brooke, and she posts all of Sharif's old stuff in there, even though neither one of them is active. She shares James's information in there, and even though he's not active in the group. So she's constantly sharing other people's information, or she's copying and pasting their information. So here she says, she's tagging people. Can you tell us the page? I haven't read it because I refused, but I even know it's on there. We will get it soon. She's sitting here saying she has never read the book Boy Missing, but she continuously goes off and says how it is full of misinformation. You just saw what she wrote about it. She did a book review and she hasn't even read the book. I mean, come on. Who does that?
Right.
Oh. And then this is Garnet asking a question. Why is it if I ask where DYTY or KH, this is Tony Desiree Kane, we're on June 4th, it is considered bashing, but 13 years of Kyron, 13 years of where is Kyron isn't? Why is it bashing? Well, she goes on and on. She talks about
deflection because they're mad because we keep saying you guys bash and bully Desiree, and they're like, no, we don't. But as you have seen with plenty of evidence, yes, they absolutely do. So we're not talking about asking where Desiree was on June 4th. We're talking about lying about her fundraising and all the other ample things that we showed over the last 3.5 hours.
Yeah,
so it's just deflection.
Yeah. Why is it okay to say he is lying or covering something up, but the book we must believe? And the thing is when it fits, let me tell you, when it fits their narrative, they'll take a clip right out of the book and say, look, this is what the book says. If it fits something that they want it to fit, and even if what it says in the book has really nothing to do, because here you've already seen how they're spinning everything, they'll spin it. There is a difference in disproving a book where the author doesn't do her homework and has been being overly biased without fact checking, all while hiding behind it's somebody else's opinion, yet still claiming it as true, even when Ellie doesn't return your call about a case, nor do you reach out to Terry's son for claims. Yeah, just didn't get into contact with anybody, blah, blah, blah. And then This is something that Desiree stated in the book, but it has never been verified as true. That there was a gash on Terry's leg. And Brooks is just saying it's never been verified. And then Terry is like, is that where that came from? I haven't read nor planned to. There wasn't any gash. Because the book
highly
says that
doubt.
she goes into the gym, somebody sees a gash on her leg. Well, they turn it into law enforcement. They asked her where she got the gash, or she explained to her, one of the two, where she got the gash, and she says that she dropped a weight on it. Would pretty much be a bruise. When I hear gash, I see jagged something or skin kind of peeling up off, or maybe even blood or something. But Terry totally deflects. Anyway, in the book, the acknowledgments here are for all kinds of people that she had talked to. Quinn, Kelly Ramirez, which is Desiree's sister, other family members of Desiree's, Jeff Young, which is Tony's brother, Tony, Terry Newell. I mean, could you explain who some of these people are, Kaylia?
Oh yeah. Kelly, like you said, Desiree's sister. Mason is Kyron's cousin. Kathy and Richard are Desiree's parents. Jeff Young is Tony Young's brother, I think. Terry Newell is another, I believe, a police force friend of them. Katie.
Yeah, Terry Newell is one of Terry's or Tony's old detective partners.
There we go. And let me look. I can actually, I have it right in front of me. So let me see, because Katie Ivan, off the top of my head, I'm not 100% sure. So let's see.
When she
Katie Ivans is sorry. It looks like Katie Ivans is related to. She's also a detective in Medford, so a friend of Tony's. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that helped. I mean, they constantly say, this is just Desiree, this is just Desiree. If they researched well, like Samantha and I did, and they actually read the book, they'd be constantly be like, oh, I remember reading this somewhere. Oh, I remember hearing this in an interview. No, it's not based on just what Desiree is telling. It's not a story from Desiree's mouth. It is informative. It's researched, and there were, like we just named, 6 names right there that also contributed to the book. Even Ted DeBias helped.
Yeah, and we even know the teachers from the school helped with this book. We know that she's even mentioning here on this page information from the Oregonian and all different other news outlets that she said that she had spoke to about. Terry declined. Attorney Howes, Terry's attorney, declined. Kane Horman, because of the ongoing legal issues, he declined to participate in the book. Dee Dee Spicer didn't want to participate. MCSO did not respond to any request for interviews. Of course not, because they can't give out any information. And then there's synonyms from people that were in the book that, like Kayla, we know is Kiara, and then we know who some of these other people are, but we're not gonna.
Right. They obviously were not identified by the book for a reason. It's not hard to figure it out, but we're not going to go blast them right now. Right. We probably have in the past, but just right now we're being conscious not to.
So yeah, I mean, it's just like they can't really debunk the book either, because they don't know what's true and what's not true in even if it is what they say one-sided. The thing about it is, one-sided or not, it's Desiree's information that she gave to Rebecca Morris. How can they say that the information that she gave to Rebecca Morris isn't true?
Yep.
How can they prove that? How can they say that all that information is misinformation?
Yeah, exactly. It's at that point, it's just another personal thing. And I have actually, I mean, I hesitate to say this just in case revives anything, but I have literally said to them, let's do a debate, because like there was a
I would
time where we
never.
were going back to back, but we've really not gone back to back with them for a long time. That we just, like we said multiple times, the lies got more outrageous. You saw for yourself. She's sitting here saying, guys, trust me, I have a very reliable source that told me this information. Yet she's done nothing to earn anybody's trust. So to me, that's, I mean, getting more and more extreme. And I feel like, I mean, I don't know how many people sit there and think like I do and are skeptical of that because she's so deceptive and such a liar. But now I hope people do. And I hope people link to this video when they see what she says. You know, I said last week, she's changed her name. She has so many names. She has so many profiles. And I want this to always be a legacy that she leaves as her digital footprint. Like, she wants to be a child advocate, and this is the way that she chooses to do so. And same with Lisa, same with Kristen, same with Garnett, same with Norman Nix. All these people, this is your legacy. Like, I mean, when I invited them to a debate, it was completely honest, because it was to do this. Like, let's just, for once and for all, bring our facts, bring our receipts. And of course they were like, no, they totally blew it off. And it was crazy to think about, to even doing so. But at the end of the day, they accuse us of being liars and never show proof. Well, this is our proof that, okay, you know what? We're never going to talk to you about you again. You know,
I would never get up on panel with them, because I would never allow them to spew anything at all on my channel that was not true. And that's all they would do. They would want to argue. They would want to fight. They would want to bully and pick on. And it's not even worth it. Not even a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to cruise through these Reddits as fast as I can, because Reddit is one of their new places that they are posting on. And I know of a few fake profiles over there. Not going to get into that. Just want to show you guys how many times she's got on here where she's maliciously, because you can get on Reddit and it's almost like you're posting anonymous, and she feels like she's safe to say whatever she wants, even though it's really, really, really bad lies, like really, really bad. And then, of course, on every single thread, on every single comment that she possibly can, James and Terry are in my group. They're my meal ticket. Come see my group. Join my group. Blah, blah, blah. Here we go. So this is her Reddit. Kyron Horman facts. We have Facebook groups of Kyron Horman. We have been advocating for Kyron for almost 2 years, and we have uncovered so much misinformation. And then she went on to talk about Terry and James are in my group. And this is her. And then it is very close. And with Aaliyah uncovered the janitor's background, and wow, very disturbing. We have interviews with James and Harry Oakes, and well, very interesting what they have to say. Our information in our Facebook group is trying to bring it to Reddit. Terry also posted in our Facebook group. The janitor's background has never been touched by law enforcement other than being looked at and dropped. Join our Facebook. Terry is in it. We also have interviews with James and Harry Oakes. Terry is in our Facebook, and we have reviews we did with James and Harry Oakes. Interesting to watch. Joining and covering blah, 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 blah. Desiree documents. Very upsetting. On our group, we actually have information about who this man could be. I will get at it and put it up here. She never did.
Never does. Never does.
Yep. There was also a witness that saw Dee Dee at work the time they say she wasn't, which is the biggest, fattest lie ever, because Terry and Dee Dee do not have alibis. Nobody ever witnesses her being at work at the time she says she wasn't. But there was a witness that said that she left.
Even
abruptly.
Dee Dee even says that. She says that when she tried to get law enforcement to like give her the information of the one witness that she claims was there, they never gave it to her. That was like one vendor that, you know what I mean? Like there was no, she's even saying that she couldn't confirm it herself. Like, I don't know. Just stupid.
We have sources on our Facebook that say otherwise. I don't know if you have joined, but we interview James and Harry Oakes, both on our Facebook group also. Terry is Kyron Horman, investigate, blah, blah, blah. We have spoken to LE.
So have
Yeah,
many
so have
people.
we.
Yes, right.
People saw Terry leave by herself. No, nobody saw Terry leave by herself. She had the baby with her, seen by other people. They try to spin the narrative that Terry was seen leaving alone. We have sources on our Facebook that say otherwise. I don't know if you have joined, but we have interviewed James, Harry Oakes. Terry, I mean, they are her meal tickets, you guys. Harry Oakes is a huge thing on Reddit because Harry Oakes is spun by one of the creators that we're eventually going to debunk.
Oh my
Kyron
God.
Horman,
That's,
and then
I forgot
we
about
also for years people said she was lying, but this says otherwise. Why do people always say she's lying? Her story has always stayed the same. No, it hasn't. Terry has always lied, always changed her story 1,000 times. Right, I find it interesting. Some as Kyron reward. Why not use that for Kyron? I definitely feel like Kyron could possibly not be found because David, also interesting. Ellie says they are looking overseas. No, they're not. They're not looking overseas. That is a lie that James decided to spew. This David guy she's talking about is the groundskeeper. The groundskeeper had nothing to do with anything. He's been debunked, and I don't need to even go there. I was personally told by Detective Tabor when I introduced this case study to him on David Stinson. He told me that the media actually put out some information that led people and people just started picking this like news report apart and coming up to their own conclusions, and because of things that were said and pulling away from this news report, it just got out of control. It was pretty much the media's fault that he was ever, the public or sleuths ever decided to start looking into David Stinson. David Stinson went about his day. That day after mowing the lawn at the soccer field, he got there at 7:45 in the morning. Terry didn't get there till 8:15. So he went onto the soccer field with his equipment in his truck. Never saw Terry on Access Road. And of course he wouldn't, because she got there a half hour later, and he doesn't leave until after she leaves. So the fact that they also want to say that the time that they say that she left, he probably would have seen her left. If you haven't signed this petition, please do. This fake petition that they try to make everybody believe is done by the parents. Where does your money that you collect go? Somebody asks. Where we say it goes, she says. Here she wants Desiree to explain where her fundraising money goes, but she's literally saying where we say it goes. She doesn't care. She doesn't feel like she needs to explain to anybody where the fundraising money that they're collecting is coming from for a PI. So how the hell does she think that it's okay for her to just turn around and go ask Desiree, where's the the fundraising money? And then this person says yes, would definitely donate to Kane instead. We did a video breaking down the other persons where the money has gone. But earlier you heard that somebody had tore down him too. This person says, wow, I guess it is best to donate to the parents then. From your response, that's on you, she says. We got it taken care of regardless if anybody helps. We're monetized on YouTube. We still need ongoing funds for further use of a PI. But like I said, we will be updating when something is found. No one is, she just is ridiculous.
Yeah, we would
author,
say as we were doing this, honestly, as we were like, oh my God, this, oh my God, this, we're like, it's never ending. Like here we are almost 4 hours in. We could have probably gone another 4 hours. It's ridiculous.
We could have went on and on and on. We still got a few to go through. I'm trying to hit the most important ones. we're talking about Reddit because that's where they're at right now. They haven't been that active on their Facebook group lately. They've been more active on Reddit and on YouTube, and Terry now has a YouTube. Terry has a YouTube. The
And
author,
allegedly a Reddit too. Allegedly, I've been told she's
Yep.
on Reddit too, on the subreddits for Kyron and talking
Yep.
about his case too.
The author has stalked and harassed Terry and Dee Dee for 13 years. It's pathetic. And I don't know who they're talking about there. What author? She
I
didn't
think-
even get to with Desiree Young until
Yeah, right.
2015 or something like
knows?
that. I just watched the interview with James, a Facebook group did. Also, Terry and James Horman is in the group.
Oh,
Here she is with her fake other Reddit responding to her Reddit.
Oh my goodness.
This, and we fight against the BS. Kyron Horman investigated blah, 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 because I won't say her group's name. I hate that it's even up there, honestly. I tried to take that out of everything, but there was just too much. You have never heard of Kyron Foundation? You're a joke. And really, on Reddit line, you mean you run the Facebook group you're speaking of? I think that one might have been directed to somebody in my group. For someone who doesn't care what we do, y'all all stay watching. You would think you would get some real tips on how to advocate and speak the truth. What? Take your own damn advice. You don't advocate or speak the truth any friggin' day of the year.
Yep.
Yes, it is why she went to another store, which in my opinion, because the place didn't have the off brand. Also, she was picking up a prescription as well, I think. She explains it in our group. No, she doesn't. She has personally said she was not picking up antibiotics. She was getting Tylenol or Motrin because the baby was in pain. She says she took the baby to the doctor because the baby's ears were still in pain after taking amoxicillin, which is a prescription. And the doctor told her to go get pain medicines for the baby. She is straight up lying here, talking about prescriptions. Because here she is talking about prescriptions, but then in her group, she's spinning this narrative about the recall on the medication. How can there be a recall on the medication? The Tylenol that she speaks of, made by Johnson & Johnson, if she's going to come over here and spin it, making people think it's a prescription. A prescription's not made by Johnson & Johnson. Amoxicillin's not made by Johnson & Johnson. Why the spinning? Why the lie?
Right. Well, we don't know the answer to that. I would like to know. I hope that, like we said at the beginning, she might spin everything and totally spin everything that we talk about here. It's probably asking too much to understand where's the motivation truly. Why lie? Why do all this? Why go to such great lengths to freaking act this way?
Yep. And here, I could go on about the disgusting, but I already have, and you know this, focus on Kyron. Maybe he would be found. Why does Ellie ask us to make sure we are telling everyone to post age progression flyers? Because that's what he tells everybody. Post age progression flyers in case he's still out there and still alive. Why is LA looking overseas? They're not. That's a lie. And that's not why she doesn't see Kitty. You guys are blah, blah, blah. So she's just saying that that's not why Terry doesn't see her daughter. Hey, Minion, nice to see you. She actually gets told by the Kyron Horman mod team, targeted attacks, unnecessary or rude comments and behaviors, etc. Like, not allowed.
Yeah. A warning.
Yeah, so I remember we took it down because we sent it to LE. Bill Tandy, we ran his background check and found a website where he was writing very disgusting. They looked into Bill Tandy. He was at the school. They actually looked into him for quite a while, and they found nothing. He was never a person, or he may have stayed a person of interest for a while because they did have like 60 persons of interest for the first year of Kyron's disappearance. But for her to be on here saying that LE is still looking into Bill Tandy is a huge, huge misleading statement I'll get it and put it in Reddit. It's all on our Facebook group. It is so bad. I sent turned off the system that day. She's saying that the system was turned off at the school, even though we've debunked this and put out there that there was no school automated system calling thing back then. And she's still spewing that they turned it off. Teachers at the school, staff members at the school turned this thing off so that it couldn't go out and tell people, this automated system that goes out and says, your kids are absent today from school or whatever. And she's saying that the staff members turned this off, you guys. Turned it off. Well, it wasn't even there. It wasn't even there. Oh my God, I'm getting aggravated. The Reddit ones are bad. I edited, took others out. The feud is from us uncovering lies from a certain group this lady is from, and made the same group. She's trying to say that I made a group just like hers. We have uncovered so much misinformation in Kyron's case. I have World Soldiers page actually doxing me, harassing me, etc. This woman is part of it, saying that I'm part of it with her, which we've never met until a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, right. That's something I want to make completely clear that she does all the time. She will talk generally about things that have happened, like I said, that I don't agree with, Samantha does not agree with, and we've never participated or allowed or agreed with, yet she doesn't want people to know that, and she'll talk generally so people think that we did participate in things that we don't agree with. And that's why we want to say, yes, we met Stacey Green, we share the Kyron Horman World Soldiers Facebook group, and I've addressed this. I think that Stacey has changed the way that she does things, because that's something she no longer does. And either way, we don't really know Stacey. I mean, I've only talked to her through comments, like in general, just like any other random person on the internet. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yet she's over here acting like we are all co-conspirators and working together, when that's just not reality.
I was what did she say? I don't know. I guess I was working for Stacey Green at one point, and that was why I was trying to befriend all of them. I don't know. They're obsessed.
That's something she says all the time, but the honest reality is that we all do our own thing, but our common, like, the reality is, when you're talking about missing Kyron Horman World Soldiers, and our group, our common goal is to advocate for Kyron and get the truth out there. But that doesn't mean that, like, we are messaging with Stacey every day, and, like, you know what I mean? And like that she wasn't engaged with she didn't help with our event. We just showed up to her event as because we care about Kyron and we're part of the community. So that's why I think it's important to make that distinction, because Lexi does try to confuse people and accuse us of doing things for Stacey when that's just not true.
Yeah, it isn't. And then here, she did a whole entire post on me over on Reddit, out of the blue. The obsessed stalker, Sammy, I posted a Reddit showing proof of medicine recall, and she posts misinformation again after my post. Someone get this lady some help, please, because she's, I'm over there debunking her stuff, and she's getting mad about it. It definitely does show a lot of people were accusing her of lying. And why going to different stores? They probably were out of the office brand, or the off brand, talking about the medicine again. Asking the group, it was also antibiotics. See, here she goes, spinning the antibiotics thing. If she found off brand at another store, then good. Laugh out loud, there was a recall. This lady is claiming no recall. It's all misinformation. There was a recall, but there wasn't a shortage, you guys, okay? Let's just perfectly clear, plenty of off-brand stuff. They want to push the recall in a way that their shelves were completely empty. You couldn't get any Tylenol or any pain medicine or any acetaminophen, nothing off of the shelf. And that's why she had to go to 2 stores. They're spinning this narrative for Terry. Moving Kyron Horman investigation from sheriff to state police. Help find Kyron. Well, that's them trying to push their new petition. And the petition isn't made for them, or isn't made for Kyron's family at all as they're spinning. Our Facebook group, yes, has Terry and James in it. The name of Kyron, blah, blah, blah. People also asking, that is the Facebook group. Please no harassing Terry and her son. Thank you. And Terry Horman shares the post. And then Terry Horman posts about Kyron in our group. She's, wants everybody to see her meal ticket. Terry posts and humanizes Kyron in our Facebook group. This is the most ugliest thing to even say about Kyron. He's already human. I just don't understand the humanizing. Terry's post and humanizes Kyron. That is just gross to say. I just watched an interview with James on his Facebook. That's crazy. Sammy Lady licked the admin's name. Interview is interesting and speaks about recycling bin. Just spinning narratives. And then, okay, this one's done. We don't have very many left, I promise. We're just trying to get to the really important ones. There's so much that she's done. It's so hard. It was so hard for us to be able to put all of this together in a way. This is a video of her threatening grisly true crime.
We're not. And we will show that on the video that's coming up. So, you have got yourself into something that you have no idea how hard we have worked. Hey, Six. Hey, Barbara. How far we have worked. We've worked, and we've gotten so far to make the focus on Kyron. And then here you come with your little 3 episodes, and one of them saying that she is a person of interest. No, she's not. Do your research. Stop saying that these are facts when they're not. You are a piece of shit. I don't care how many followers you have, 130K, whatever. 10 to Life's videos were based on facts. And we have all the receipts, baby. So when we come for you, don't be crying. Because I promise it's not going to be good. It's not.
She thinks she's so bad. She does. Threatening grisly true crime, one of the biggest creators on YouTube. That is just weird.
Right.
It's just
Again,
weird.
just for following the facts that were reported and not following and spreading misinformation. That's the reaction that she gives. And is that not super threatening? What even is that? That's so bizarre.
And then here she continues to talk about there are no cameras on the Sauvie Island Bridge. Or there were cameras on the Sauvie Island Bridge. There were cameras on the Sauvie Island Bridge. There wasn't any camera on the Sauvie Island Bridge. The picture that just scrolled by was a picture. There it is. No camera. No camera on the sign. No camera. Oh, look, cameras.
Very obvious, very blatantly obvious. And remember when they tried, they even tried at one point posting anonymously, again, anonymous member, posted a picture of the bridge saying, look, there, something about the angle. You can't see it because of the angle. But the thing is one side of the bridge has a big hill and the other side has flat Sauvie's Island. And they were pretending that we were looking at the angle from Portland going over the bridge to Sauvie's Island when in reality it was opposite.
Tried saying that there was 2 signs, one on each side too, in a different post. That there are 2 different signs, one was on each side. We were only taking pictures of one that doesn't have the camera.
I wish I had all. You know what? I had a lot of screen recordings because I had screen recordings of them lying with their own words on lives, but to make room on my phone, I honestly never thought we would do this live, so I deleted a ton of stuff, and all of the screen
Yep.
recordings were the first ones to go. And you can go find, though, on their YouTube channel, out of Garnett's own mouth, that if they're wrong about the Savi's Island Bridge, they will come back and let everybody know because everybody was so invested in it. But guess what?
They
Crickets.
never- Yep.
Crickets. And
Never
Lexi
did.
to this day is still sharing posts saying there were cameras on the Savi's Island Bridge.
And let's
So-
just talk about the Savi Island Bridge. This is important because Terry Horman herself told Dr. Phil that there was cameras on the bridge on Savi Island, and they did not see her crossing the Savi Island Bridge. So here they are protecting Terry. That's what makes this so important. I got a hold of librarians. I had a very, very, very good source. I don't need to tell anybody who it was, how I found out about this bridge, but I did find pictures from May of 2010, right before Kyron came up missing, and then was able to prove when the cameras went back on the bridge.
You know what? You and I can, at least in my opinion, safely say anonymous source and keep that totally confidential. And
oh yeah,
our people will know. Yeah, well, our people will know that we are being honest because obviously, look at our track record. We're not Lexi over here. We're not Lisa and Garnett creating fake profiles and pretending we're lawyers and lying and any of that. So, when Samantha says it, it's legit.
Yeah, I would never make anything up. Plus, I already brought my receipts. It doesn't matter where I got my information from. This right here is Morbid Injustice, her YouTube channel 1 month ago. I took the screenshot yesterday. It's still up if you want to go see it, where she's talking about backpacks for Kyron that they did. At the bottom, it says, last year we did it before school opened. And the truth is she's spinning a narrative for everybody to think that they did these backpack for Kyrons. Well, I will just say, okay, that's the only clap you're going to get from me. They did collect some money. They did use their own money to put together some backpacks for kids at school with school supplies in them. They did it once. It's the only good thing I've ever seen them do for Kyron. The only one and only thing I've ever seen them do good for Kyron, okay? Lita, that one admin that I told you that her husband died, she was the one who went and put all this together and did all of that and took it up to the school and everything else. But she is spinning now on YouTube that they did this last year, and they're going to do it again this year. And she keeps posting this about last year, when this is their original post made by Lita that says August 22 of 2022. 2 years ago, they did it. She wants to spin the narrative that they're doing great things because she knows they're not doing great things. And she has to keep trying to get people to believe things.
Yep.
That aren't true.
That her group is so great. Remember, we're so glad we found her group. Oh my goodness.
2 really important things that I feel like we need to go over. Some of these other things we don't have to. One is the Spanish thing with Rudy Sanchez, who was the person that Terry tried to hire for the murder for hire plot. I can't do all of this. Hold on. Here we go. This is important, okay, you guys, because the narrative she tries to spin here is legitimately so messed up. Rudy Sanchez was illegal. No, he wasn't. He was an American citizen. They threatened his status. I mean, he was born. Didn't you say that, Kaylia? He was born in the United States. They threatened his status, which they do a lot to U.S. This whole murder for hire plot was a setup. Although records indicate, please just look at this red thing that I've highlighted. Records indicate that he has placed blah, blah, blah position. That goes on to say rap sheet includes RAPE, failure to register as an SA. All of this information she adds right here. Check this out. All that information, and it keeps going, is information that she collected from this man who is another Sanchez, not Rudy Sanchez, as reported on Blink on Crime, because it's in the Blink on Crime, although records indicate that he was placed under post just like what she copied and pasted. She copied and pasted this man's information and said that it was Rudy Sanchez's information. That's why she was saying that he was in it. He wasn't born in the United States and all of that stuff, and saying that he was set up and that he was just like this super bad guy because she wants you to believe that he was such a bad guy, so you don't believe what he had to say, when actually he's actually a good family man from what I can see.
Mm-hmm. Right.
She's saying here that it's so there's a thing with her saying that. So Lexi called Rudy Sanchez. Okay. A bad point in my life where I actually agreed to have Rudy Sanchez come to my house and trim some bushes. It was a plan that we decided to do because we wanted to see, if it was the correct Rudy Sanchez that we had been looking up on Facebook to see if we could, really figure out his identity. Okay. We wanted to know if we were stalking to the right Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, she says, obviously it was exaggerating. Why did I say speak Spanglish? You guys are so obsessed with us. It's insane. Everyone knows in the chat that I said he can't speak English. Then she has to tag Garnet and Shell to back her up because they'll lie for her. Let me pull up the real message. Matter of fact, I'll call him again on a live. She never does, and she never pulls up any more information. It's a joke. I've been saying this since this group started. And then catch us tomorrow. We're going live. We're going to call Rudy Sanchez. No, she didn't. Once again, everybody that knows, we know I have no reason to lie. She lies about everything. They like to try and switch it up on us. Every time we prove them wrong, it's like they're obsessed to catch us doing what they do. Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, and by the way, if you didn't catch it, she said that she literally wrote the words, he spoke perfectly good English. That's a lot different than Spanglish or I was sarcastic.
Yeah, I have all that.
Yeah, it's like, dude, what the heck? And then second of all, Samantha and I have heard him speak English ourselves on
Facebook.
Yeah, on our own stalking ways, okay? So he does speak perfectly fine English. So why are you lying?
Yeah. And then here she was Xing with the landscaper, so obviously he understood English. And then Anonymous says she was Xing with Michael Cook, not the landscaper. And Terry says, do you know anything about the case that is factual? Spitting out regurgitated
fallacies doesn't cut it. Oh my god. I loved this one. This one was like, okay, just like someone said, the gaslighting is real. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
Then they go and even make fun of this person even more.
And then these are the actual court documents that actually talk about the fact that she was having these messages with the landscaper and Michael Cook. But this is the one on the landscaper. So there's proof of it. Mm-hmm. And then this is even more proof of it. It says sexual overtures to Michael Cook resemble those made to the man respondent Terry Horman attempted to hire to murder petitioner Kane. Mm-hmm. There you go. That's just
and guess what? Those texts with the landscaper were presented to the judge. It even says that right there.
Yeah.
So they exist. It's a sworn statement.
Yep. And this is the reason for the question here. What does speaking Spanish even prove? I am new. The reason why it makes a difference is because they're trying to spin the narrative that Rudy Sanchez could not speak English, that Terry could not speak Spanish, and that they could not communicate in order to do this murder for hire plot against Kane. That is why she is fighting so hard to make everybody believe that he continues to speak Spanish. And then Terry says, there are drama llamas trying to start rumors that I was involved in a crime due to my ability to speak Spanish. I am married to a Latino, but I don't speak the language. She writes it, she speaks it. I have pictures of her actually writing it. And Lori Oliver, who's been on our show, she has also said that Terry took Spanish in school and could speak Spanish.
Yep. And you know what else? Oh, what was I going? Oh, yeah. Blink on Crime said in her comments that they went to lunch together. So, you know, these Blink on Crime lovers will listen to her. She says they did go out to lunch together with Kiara. So why would she say that if if Terry didn't tell her that when Terry and her were friends, remember?
Yeah. And then this is the conversation that we were having in chat about him actually coming to my house. She says, getting ready to call Rudy. I am so nervous. Okay, are you going to invite him to Samantha for gardening? Yes, I forgot what work she needed done. And yeah, she forgot what work I needed done. I was going to have him trim bushes. Samantha, no answer with Rudy. Left a message. Does anyone else want to try? Laugh out loud. Just speak Spanish. My Spanish is very rusty, LOL. And that was James. Just wrote some Spanglish words there. LMAO. It's Spanglish. We also understand. Anyway, it goes on. I just want to get to the point here. He speaks perfectly good English. Even though she tries to spin, why would I say the word Spanglish? He speaks perfectly good English. Maybe he learned over the years. We started in Spanish, and I started talking in English to test him. She tested him. She says she tested him.
And
she
he
says
passed
she
the
was speaking
test.
Spanish and then went to English, and he passed.
He
and
passed.
he speaks perfectly good English, but she
Yep.
still wants to say different. Oh, and by the way, you guys, I have this tool on my phone where I can take messages like this and I can create other messages to make it look like we're all having conversations in
Right.
chat.
Oh my gosh.
They
That's
tell
what she's
people
gonna
that.
say. Yeah, she
Yeah.
denies this. It's so silly.
It's one of the things that she's going to spin after, they come in here and watch this. They're literally going to spin it and say it that this app and blah, 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 blah. It's ridiculous. I don't have an app. I'm not creating messages.
Yep,
No.
these are straight from Messenger, baby.
I'm a dinosaur. You can ask Kalia when I only get on my computer to do lives.
Guess what?
That's it.
Can I say something that is just cute because you are a dinosaur?
Yeah, I don't care.
Before we met in person, and I was trying to help her with the YouTube thing from my side, and we were on the phone. She was like, how do I do this? How do I do this? She hadn't even learned on there yet how to enter to make it go down, when you push enter on a computer. I mean,
I didn't know how to use the control buttons with the letters to copy and paste on my
that's
computer.
what it was. Copy and
You
paste.
were
That's
telling
what it
me,
was. Yes.
and I've already forgot what the letters are to copy and paste.
That's what it was. Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh. And that was so helpful to you. Well, I'll send it to you again because that was helpful.
It was super helpful, but yes, I am a dinosaur. I will admit it. I mean, I'm on here. I go live. That's what I do. I don't need this computer for anything else.
I keep telling
do
her
everything from my phone.
I'll be like, we need to do something like this. And she's like, that sounds really hard. I'm like, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. But if we were together, it'd be easier.
Tonight is a perfect example, okay? You guys see my cap cuts that have been going up, and they're just like, I just throw them up there, put them in a cap cut. And then you see Kaylee's dun da da da. I'm spelling out my words. I got this long little thing. It looks so much more creative than what I do.
It's fun. I love that kind of stuff.
I love it so much. David Durham is somebody that I did a case study on. I actually did so much of it that I put out a YouTube video of him because I went all the way down Highway 101, taking videos of the entire area and everything else. And then Kaylee gets a hold of me and she says, Sam, after you put up that video about David Durham, did you notice that what was it, the FBI or something, because
Yeah.
he's a still wanted fugitive, had actually updated some information. I believe they added money to his
Yeah,
reward.
they did.
And she was like, after you did that, they posted all this stuff. I wonder if that had
I was like,
anything
that's
to
pretty
do with the
crazy.
fact,
Yeah.
you
You
know,
never
I
hear this
left.
guy, and then all of a sudden we hear him in the Kyron groups, and then now we see him on the FBI and on like news. It's like, what? This is
I
weird.
looked into this case study so much. It was so interesting. I've talked about him before. I've got a video still up if you ever want to know more about David Durham. But like I said, she's came inside my group. She has stolen and taken my case studies and then put them up in her group as her own. Sharif was the one who told me about David Durham the first time, and then I really dove deep into it. But then I learned she had learned it from somebody else, even though she tried to convince me that she found him. So it's whatever. The information got passed around. But what they're trying to say is ridiculous and full of misinformation because they want to make everybody think that this person could have took Kyron. She says here, David Durham was seen at the gas station is what that's supposed to say, near Kyron's school the day he went missing. There's no gas station near the school, anywhere near it. David Durham was seen, the auto parts store, David was seen 0.5 miles away from the school. Well, she changed the gas station when people started calling her out on it to auto parts store. She circles the auto parts store that's down on Skyline and Cornelius Pass, trying to say that he was seen there, when in all actuality, people, this is so ridiculous. I hate that I even have to do this. And Forbes, like, not even close. Geez. Yes, it is. If you would read Jesus, I read it. Why would he abduct a kid? Geez, no relation. Lexi, because he has been arrested before for the same thing, basically.
Oh my gosh.
And then she says, do you research? It's too late. Oh my gosh. And so they're arguing about this. What is literally right there? Gas station or Waldport? Gas station, she says. No gas station within 4 miles. Little market, yes, but no gas. And she continues to keep arguing. This woman does not live around here, okay? She don't know, but she wants to argue. It was the market. Then I'll show y'all. We have a whole case study on him. They have my case study.
Yep.
It ain't hers.
Stolen.
Yep.
And you want to know? Oh yeah, there we go. Keep going.
Hold
I
on.
love it.
Yeah. Where can I find that? He was arrested for abducting a child. Walport is nowhere near Skyline. Did you read the others I posted? And she keeps going on and on. And it just doesn't make any sense. And here's David Durham's actual charge. It was for prostitution in 1999. It has nothing to do, she says basically. Well,
And
no,
it
it's not
actually
basically.
doesn't, because we actually have the legal documents. We just didn't dig them up for this.
Yeah.
But we have them. We've seen them with our own eyes, and it has nothing to do with a child or abducting a child at all.
And she wants to talk about this gas station, and she knows that it's not true, you guys. This is the thing. We went over this case study, all of us together, as I'm pulling up my information, finding information, and looking into this. I'm giving this information to them. We're all sharing information with each other. She knows this gas station is not next to Kyron School, you guys, okay? The gas station is here. It says on June 23rd, 2011, Durham showed up unexpectedly at a gathering of friends on the Oregon coast, which was in Waldport. The last known images of Durham were captured by a security camera at a convenience store, Lincoln City, where he stopped to fill up with gas and use the restroom. The video shows Durham wearing camouflage. And this is in Lincoln City, Oregon. These pictures are taken from there. This is where he went to fill up and get gas. These are from the FBI's posts. But yeah, she wants to spew this gas station next to Kyron's school to make it look like this guy could actually be somebody that, you know,
Takes
could
the
have
heat off
done something.
Terry. Yep.
Yeah, taking the heat. And, here's Terry liking the conversations and everything else. Let me see. Where is the last one we're going to do? We've already proven that Norman, I had one, where he's doing more attacking and everything else. And maybe I'll just put it in a video and put it up or make a TikTok out of it so everybody can see it. But the last one is Dr. Phil, because like we've been showing, anytime anybody goes on a show, she has to try to debunk that person, right? We've already shown Crime Weekly. We've already shown the Doug Bishop. What other ones? But now we're going to show
Grizzly True Crime.
Yeah, Grizzly True Crime 2. And then she wants to say that she's debunked the Dr. Phil show. She goes after him and attacks him because she doesn't like it when we use Terry Horman's own words in the Dr. Phil show. Her own words.
They blame Dr. Phil for Terry's own words. Like,
yes, they
doesn't
say
work that way, dudes.
they cut everything. They make it all sound like this is what she's saying. If you listen to the video, you will see it sounds like it's all chopped up and everything. It's because of re-editing and clipping and everything to make it sound like that's what she says. Blah, blah, blah. So here she's just this stupid post that Dr. Phil, knowing blah, 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 what he did to Terry. And then she says, Terry has also talked about it in the comments. Did you know on Dr. Phil, we have debunked basically everything her deaf in 1 year, because, she says that she can't hear on and then also James says that she as well, Kane knew about it. Desiree also claimed that the room you couldn't see down the hall. Well, we took the picture and you can see down the hall just fine. Well, you wouldn't have been able to see down the hall just fine with 400 people walking around, kids walking around, science fair going on and everything else. And that's what they were trying to say on the Dr. Phil show, Desiree and Kane, when they were on, was that there was no way not only people in the community that live there would have not seen somebody take Kyron, or wouldn't have said something if they would have saw some kind of abduction, and that there would have been no way with her saying that she saw the back of Kyron's head going into the classroom from where she said she was standing. Could she have even seen him, for one? But then she changes the story to the east side of the school, because she changed her story multiple times about how she even left the school. And they're just trying to say here, there's no way, or that Desiree and Kane are saying there's no way she could have seen down the hall. They're trying to dispute that. Terry, you know why Desiree only been to the school one time, which was the first day of kindergarten, which is not true. So much more. I'll post links with receipts. She never does. She always says that, but never does. There was no emails. She wants to say there was no emails, but we just found recently Kane even admitting to there being emails.
And what's funny is that she's using there is from Dr. Phil. So she talks crap on Dr. Phil and then uses Dr. Phil. Again, just hypocritical.
Yep.
Whatever suits whatever they want to believe.
The way that it's worded when Dr. Phil asks Kane the question about the email was actually an odd way to ask him that kind of question. And Kane has said before that he's seen the emails. He just wouldn't talk about it because it was evidence in the case.
Which is very normal. That's basically how he replies all the time.
Kane did know about the doctor's appointment. We've already went over that and proved that he didn't. And then I wanted to use this too. 404, page not found. If she does put up a link, it's usually a link that you cannot find. So you can say they all were sus on Dr. Phil of you all you want. Grand jury has done nothing. Grand jury's actually done a lot, and it's an investigative tool grand jury, not one set out for indictments that will do that when they feel it necessary. So poorly edited, go back and watch it. This is Terry Horman saying that she got this, hearing certificate for her bad hearing, but for whatever reason, Terry Horman is spelled incorrectly. So there's that, because they want to talk whatever about it. Should have been. Oh, and then this is her talking. This is a clip that Kaylee found really interesting because she saw on Crime Weekly that Dr. Phil covers his mouth with this card because she says that she usually lip reads the majority of the time. He covers up his mouth and just watch.
Established that she wasn't hearing well before the test was given, if that was a problem.
I told him that. I told the polygrapher that.
And he still got behind you?
Yes. I told him I couldn't hear. Then he made it so that I was scooted over enough that I could hear more out of my right ear.
Did you hear the questions?
I did, but it took a minute to get them.
What?
She heard the questions, so there's that. They go and they spew about Kane, the Michael Cook sexting thing that was going on between Terry and Michael Cook, and they were just like, it's so suspicious that Kane Horman had, he was paying for Michael Cook and Terry's phones, blah, blah, blah. That information is here. It's on Blink on Crime. We've posted about it before. Here it is again. I don't know where Blink on Crime comes up with her crap, but it's just ridiculous that, he says he hadn't even seen Michael Cook 7 to 8 years before Kyron came up missing. Why the hell would he be paying for Michael Cook's phone or have him on the same plan?
Yeah.
Everybody thought it was strange that Michael Cook come out of the friggin' blue to do a candlelight visual for Kyron. Like, he had been nowhere. It's weird.
Yeah, the whole thing with him is weird, but yeah, I agree. And I can't find any proof of that. Yet their proof is Blink on Crime, which we have disproven multiple times as having to have lied about things she's saying.
Right. I have a couple more, but we're not going to go through them. Kaylee has to get up super early in the morning to get on her flight. But I'm sorry. There wasn't a...
I'm excited. It's a little bit later than I thought. So that's why I didn't mind so much that we stayed so late. I'm like, okay, it's a little bit later than I thought. So, but it's still pretty early. I got to be there by like 4:30 in the morning. So
I want to throw up this real quick. We haven't put up the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office tip line is 503-988-0560. Thank you guys all for sticking around for this Kyron Horman show. Well, I'm sorry it was exposing the enemy, but it was something that needed to be done. And like Zane Lilly is saying, BOC is Terry Horman's source.
Terry Horman is BOC's source.
Thank you guys so much for sticking it out.
Mm-hmm.
We're sorry it was so long. We could have kept going and going and going, honestly. I appreciate all of the mods for being here. I think this is a great show that completely debunked and just showed what exactly they are doing. We are expecting them to spin everything that we've said around, but it doesn't matter, because all that matters to us is that people are seeing the truth, seeing them for who they actually are. That is what's important.
Watch. They'll spin it, but they won't provide proof.
Nope. They won't have receipts. They won't be able to do anything. The only thing that they're going to...
Thank you, Chuck, by the way.
Yeah, the only thing that they might be able to do... Thank you, Kathy Giles, for being here. You've been lurking in the back. She's always lurking in the back. Great lives, ladies. Love to hear the truth. Thank you guys so much. We honestly didn't like doing this live. I mean, we debunk it. Yeah, we put it out there. This isn't something we want to do. All the hours spent this last week throwing all of this together and everything else, we really could have been focusing on researching or finding more information for another missing child or for Kyron or something. this
It's just
to
another
me,
ripple, another impact, and another damaging aspect. And I just look forward to not ever doing it again, and just always referring people to this video, because like I said, this is your legacy, Lexi. This is your legacy, Lisa. This is your legacy, Garnett. This is how you guys operate. Yep. And I'm never going to make another video. I'm never going to post about y'all. Nothing. I'm deleting every screenshot ever. And I'm only ever going to refer people to this video if I'm ever asked ever again about anything related to y'all.
I not gonna say that I will never post about them again, because if they continue to spread misinformation, I'm going to say something about it. But I am putting all of this information in our Facebook group, Kyron Horman Case Revisited discussions, and I think it needs to be put up on the Facebook group for everybody to see it, for everybody to know this is what they're spinning. I'm sure there'll be a lot of hate that comes towards us. We really don't care. We're used to it. It's been going on too long anyway. But
as you can tell, the thing that we didn't touch on was the bullying towards me and Samantha as individuals, and that's because we don't care about that. That literally does not bother us. So, but there's plenty of it. Don't get us wrong, but that just wasn't part of anything that matters.
You know, I will say though, they did go after Lori Oliver after she was on our show. That was something I was going to show. I have like a little clip of it, but I'm not going to show it. They went over to her Facebook group. They bullied her, talked to her,
spread lies about her, complete lies, just like normal.
60-year-old woman whose husband has cancer, who is terminally ill, and they are over there harassing and bullying her on her Facebook group. It was super, super bad. If you feel like you want to look at any of their stuff, you can go look at it. They've done lots of lives on us. They're not going to show you any kind of receipts or proofs or anything.
Right.
Not going to tell you what the name of their things are. You'll have to go back and re-listen to everything, because I won't share their
somewhere. It's in their speak.
But
also, before we end, because I do have to get off. It's 11 p.m. We both are wrapping up right now. But again, just like I said at the beginning of the show, don't send these people any hate. That has not been our intention. We don't want these people to receive bullying. We want to allow people to make their own conclusions when they listen to this information and see with their own eyes the ways that these people operate, the way that they are okay with deceiving people. And that's actually something that they all like to do and do often. We've shown it. Make your own conclusion, but don't send these people any hatred, because at the end of the day, that's not what it's about. And I just want to make sure to end with that again. Please don't go join their group to harass them. Don't go do any of that crap, because that's not the point of this video. We just want you to be able to know the truth, see with your own eyes, and be informed so you can decide, is this person telling me credible information? When they are saying they have a reliable witness, are they lying to me? They probably are, in my opinion. And I hope, if not, if you don't agree, then that's fine too. But yeah, I just want to make sure to put that disclaimer at the end there.
I am going to put up a beautiful video we've done of Kyron to end all of the madness that we have exposed here tonight. Kaylia, have a great trip. Have fun. Stay safe. I know you guys are going to enjoy it so much. I'm so glad that the boys get to go spend time with their other grandma. I'm excited for you guys.
Thank you.
Have fun. And throw up some blue hearts and some froggies for Kyron while, we're going to be out of here, and I'm going to play this video. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you guys all for coming. I appreciate everybody being here. Kaylee appreciates everybody here. It is all about Kyron. It's all about these missing kids. It's not about anything else. And we love everybody so much.
Take care, everyone.
Take care.